Anybody know why so many Hispanic people tend to celebrate Cinco de Mayo? What's the
Please
significance?
enlighten us.
I mean, I don't necessarily know. Could be, the Mexicans beating back the French or defeating the French armies or getting independence from France, something like that, I think. I don't know. What I don't understand is exactly why the hell so many U.S. citizens celebrate Cinco de Mayo.
Margarita specials. Just
I
being
guess
silly. Just being silly.
no, but that's about it though. It's just another excuse to drink.
That's what I've seen everywhere I've seen it happening.
So we got a big show today.
Indeed.
Big.
So later
So how
on
are
here
you-
in a couple of hours, let me just go ahead and tease this a little bit. Here in a couple hours, we're going to be joined by the one and the only Mark Sargent, creator of the Flat Earth Clues. That's pretty awesome. We've been trying for a while to, well, I wouldn't say we've been trying. We've been planning to, for a while, try to get some of these big name Flat Earth content creators to come on so we can talk to them.
Indeed.
See what's what. And this will be the first one we've actually had on. We've had some great guests on, but this will be the biggest Flat Earth guest that we've had on.
I would say the modern godfather of flat Earth, almost. Could be argued.
Top 3.
Yeah,
I would
absolutely.
I would say definitely top 3.
If you didn't find his Flat Earth clues, well, we know the other 2 people you found. We won't plug them. This is Mark's show.
That's right.
Boys, I've just had a tweet saying no sound
Uh-oh.
on the stream.
Hmm.
That's from Alpha
There.
Gamer.
Oh, yeah,
There.
I'm showing off there too, Josh.
Cheers, Ek. Or should I say Big Ek now?
Nope, we got 9 watching. We got audio. We have sound now. We should
Real
be
good.
good.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Cool deal.
So yeah, that was a great introduction.
Trying to
Too
play
bad
catch up.
nobody freaking heard it. So
Well,
yeah,
I would add, I only know Cinco de Mayo from Handy Manny. It was a celebration they had all the time in Handy Manny. I used to watch it. But other than that, I have no idea what Cinco de Mayo is.
Well, I mean, well, Josh was speaking in America that you don't know why a lot of Americans do it. In just Canadian history, you have to take it. It's really boring, and they pretty much don't really talk about Canadian history. It's all U.S. history. So I remember Cinco de Mayo because you're right, Josh. It was a victory over the French, but in today's world, what it means,
There.
Oh,
it
yeah, I'm
means
showing off there
the
too, Josh.
celebration of
Cheers,
Mexican American
Shall I say
culture.
big
So
up
it's like a celebration of them immigrating into the
nope, we
States.
got 9
and
watching.
becoming
We got
one
audio. We
American
have sound
people.
now. We should be good.
Real good. Well, all I
Okay.
can say is
Cool
I've
deal.
got no
See-
problem with celebrating a victory over the French.
Ha!
But more importantly,
Nice.
the day before, guys, was, may the 4th be with you. And a bigger day than me is for me than Cinco de Mayo.
I mean, the 1st of May, now that's a day that we're glad is over because that's an evil, awful, bad day where lots of bad things happen on May 1st. So, yeah, it's nice that we're past that.
Just
Me and John
another
have to
day
dress
for
up
me.
with bells on our... Do you not dress up, John? Go around the pole.
I don't even know what you're on about.
Yeah. Mayday
You're
pole.
mistaking me for an Englishman.
I have
Nah.
my bells on.
Just another day. You had bells on, did you?
Yeah, don't get I asked. But,
I don't know what you get up to in your private life. You could be a
well, yeah.
bell ringing, a bell ringer. What are they called? Campanologists or something?
Yeah. Some phenology.
So
Yeah.
that's Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, too bad we already covered this. A brief recap for everybody that couldn't hear us when we were silent. It's Cinco de Mayo, 5th of May. Mexicans celebrating victory over the French. Americans like to get drunk. And we have Mark Sargent coming on here. It is 10 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Mark is due to join us at midnight or midnight special here in probably a couple more hours.
Right?
Yeah.
Ow! Shout out to Wolfman Jack.
So we've only got 2 hours of chatter to fill.
That's going to be very, very easy, I think, with our crew, our ragtag bunch, hey?
Whilst
Yeah,
avoiding anything. I mean, maybe we could invite a few questions in from guys, from viewers now, if they want to.
absolutely.
Give us a shout early so we can write them down.
Questions for us or questions for Mark.
Yep.
If you want to call our flat line, it is 1-304-503-3528. That's
Fact.
That's right.
Flat line.
If you call that number, it should go to voicemail. If you just want to leave us a voicemail, we may even play it on the air. We do have that capability. Or if you just want to shoot us a text, we will read your text message on the air to Mark or to any member here at the Iron Realm. Let me just say standard text messaging rates may apply, but not by us.
Not from us, indeed.
So,
what's happening this week, everyone?
That was my question.
Any news? Yeah, I know. I beat you to it this time.
no good.
I've got a question for you, James.
Yes.
Because it's your opinion I want on this one. What did you think of Eric DeBay's video this week?
Now,
we've not spoke. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but
which was the title of it? Do you remember?
I would title it "Incitement to Racial Hatred," but I don't know what it was. It was something about Europe for the Europeans or something, which was.
I mean, my opinion on Mr. Dubé has changed. It's kind of evolved over time. Maybe it's his location, his isolation, his backstories, factors we can't imagine or we're not privy to. But he seems to maybe have been hurt really badly, or maybe, has a real case to be wary right now. So his stuff sounds very inflammatory, very, very inflammatory. So whether it's a defense mechanism because of what's happening and the pressure and that, or whether it's because he's changing, I definitely notice it. So it's definitely controversial. Hey.
Yeah, indeed. It kind of started with the whole when he was calling out the flat earth shills back when that first video came out, when he started that whole attitude shift. Because when I first heard him, he was very peaceful, very zen-like. I mean, the whole Tai Chi thing, the whole thing he does, that's his thing, the yoga and all that. So he sounded that way, very peaceful, very centered. But he's definitely gotten a little frayed over time. A lot of attack.
And I would say that's probably to be expected. I mean, anybody that tries to speak some flat earth truth gets attacked and eventually afraid. I mean, you deal with it so much. You got to step back, take a breather, and come back again. But
Josh, I think I just had a change of heart. I'll share just to because this is a good applicable situation. So to tell you the hatred and the level of attacks that might have caused him to go on the attack, I received a comment on one of my videos on YouTube. Now, maybe people heard the show, maybe people read my bio that I updated. I've had some rough times. I've been through a bunch of stuff. Someone obviously read that, and the comment, and I'm trying to stay calm, the comment on my channel was, I just got cancer from watching that video. I hope you get cancer again and die for making this garbage. So I can understand that if people like Eric, who do this all the time, repeatedly over and over and over, they get attacked. Oh man, it's funny. I don't know why people do that, but it's crazy what people will say. So maybe that has something to do with it.
That's sick, James. It really is.
Oh yeah,
but we know through Twitter obviously. There's people like that everywhere, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Probably kids in the basement giggling amongst themselves, have no idea what sort of hate they're putting out into the world and getting back eventually.
Well, I was about to say we are all energetic beings, and we've uncovered the fact that the whole realm we live in is an energetic being, if you will. And so directing a concentrated amount like he probably gets. I mean, James, your video's approaching 2 million, or maybe not. I may be looking at the number wrong, but I know it's over 1 million. And so, yeah, as it garners that much attention, if even a quarter of that is hatred and ill will and directed at you, it's very, it can take a toll. So lots of prayers, lots of positivity headed your way, brother.
I'll tell you what is rewarding. I'll tell you, out of every, I'd say 190, almost 200 bad ones now, I get one that says, this video is amazing. I never knew people like you existed. You just made all the pieces come together. I'm so forever grateful that I saw this, you know? And these are smart people. This one person, this lady was a government worker. So, you know what?
And
that makes it all worth it.
The best thing about them ones is nobody paid them to send it as well.
Nah.
Exactly.
I think my advice to anyone, and this goes to mainly
Ooh, you're quiet, John. Can you turn up your mic a bit? Sorry.
Oh, right. Sorry, is that any better? Can you hear me now?
There he is.
A little better, yep.
Trouble is it starts hissing, I noticed last week, if I turn it up.
I get your,
Say again?
I'll get your levels.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Thanks, Josh.
I think my advice to anyone in this field is to just ignore your comments. Stop reading them. Just stop. I mean, people spend so much time on mainly on their negative comments. That I mean, I rarely read comments on my videos or anything. And if they're negative, I'll just move on to the next one. It's yeah, I don't know. I just think a lot of people spend a lot of time listening to these assholes on the internet that are keyboard warriors.
And again, that's it. Let's just put everybody on the defensive. So we'll just say outrageous things and make outrageous claims against people and make them defend themselves and change the subject and get it off the truth of what's really being said.
And of course, once you engage, then you've sort of accepted the challenge. It's like on Twitter, which is where I choose to do my battles. It's you've accepted the challenge then, and it's a sort of never-ending, hate of sort of tennis match of hate from there on. Really, don't know. Just seems unconstructive to me, and it just seems that a lot of prominent people spend a hell of a lot of time concentrating on what's being said in their comments.
True, but if I didn't go through the bad ones, I wouldn't see the good ones. So
if you've got to read 200 bad ones to read one good one, I mean, do you get it forwarded to your email? Because I mean,
I do. Yeah, I get about 600 or 800 emails a day, and most of them I don't read, and I just slide through. But the ones that I see are so ridiculous.
So you just hover over the delete button, and as soon as you feel anything negative that you're reading, you just delete.
No, I actually save them all, and when I get a moment, I plan to read them all. Well, skip over the ones that I know are hurtful, and I want to actually write back to all the people that took the time that weren't paid, like Adam said, to thank them for giving me their time and for giving a shit enough to write a comment. So they deserve to be thanked.
I'll put something in the description and put your email address in the description. So if you want to contact me, I get so much hate via comments or whatever. If you want to contact me, then do it via my email address, and you won't get any trolls doing that. You'll get people who genuinely, they actually have to make the effort to email you personally, rather than anyone can just stick a comment up there and a vicious, hateful comment up there. And you see, once you've read it, you can't unread it.
It's like flat Earth. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
That's right. Yeah, but that would be my advice, and it's worked for me so far. Because I don't know, there's probably a lot of people out there thinking I'm ignoring them, but tough really, because it's not good for your health.
Well, I
We
remember
have to
early
put our
on.
attention. Yeah, go ahead, Will.
No, I'm saying I remember early on that Mr. Thrive and Survive, he had turned all his comments off on his videos on YouTube, and then he finally pretty much moved off of YouTube and created his own thing that you had to like actually become a member of, pay money. He was trying to eliminate all the trolls and all the, just the riffraff that detracts from what people are actually trying to do, the actual work, actual research, actually throwing ideas back and forth, not having every other comment be something as horrible as what you got there, James. So yeah, I didn't understand it because I was early in the research trying to figure it all out. I had no idea the hatred I would get when I put my YouTube channel up. Within the first 2 comments, it was like, choke on your own spit, don't procreate. I mean, it's like, people, I'm just looking at the world around me. This is a little ridiculous. And these people made a channel just to do that. They made a YouTube account YouTube account just to troll. That's what's incredible. They have no videos up. They're putting up no content. They're just trolling people.
It really doesn't matter though. John's brought me back to the center point, to the truth.
Exactly.
These videos aren't for them. They're not.
Nope.
They're not for like. Money's nice to get, but this is all about the message and getting as many people as possible involved. Because
think of all the new followers you've gotten just from the video.
And like, I'm excited, man. Like, for Mark when he comes today, like, I got inspired. Part of the reason I did that video series is because I realized that the views I was getting on my videos, they were all new eyeballs. So
there you go.
Why not introduce something? Now the comments I get on my Legend series with Mark Sargent are new viewers saying this is awesome. Nice. Thank you for sharing. So it's spreading that way. And if I remember that that's what this is about and that's our mission, that shit bounces off us like rubber or rain, whatever. You know what I mean?
Indeed. Well, I always early on Twitter would go into the whole debate back and forth, and people would ask me why I would waste my time. It would be because of the 10 or 15 new people that come along and actually start looking at it, because they would see the questions and go, wait, that does make a little more sense than what this idiot over here is saying. So maybe I should look at this a little deeper. And then they would come back in DMs and ask me intelligent questions. So it works, all press is good press.
I still do it on Twitter. Yeah, but the comments section in YouTube is just appalling anyway. You can't, I can't work it out. Anyway, I'll try and reply to someone and it will show up, scroll down 3 pages and there it is. And it's like, well, how do you know that I'm even replying to whoever? It's such a chronic system that I can't be arsed with it, to be honest. But that's not to say I don't read the comments. I do. I just don't linger on them too much. And I do love the positive comments. They're really good. I try and reply to them. But I don't get anything as hateful as you've been getting, Jones. It's yeah, no, it's just,
it's juvenile though, like you said. Don't procreate. Your mother had you in a dumpster. That was a highlighted one too. I thought that was really clever. That one. Like they're just comical.
What does it mean when they're highlighted?
That's the point, James. It's just dumb. It's the most unintellectual and realistically the lack of humanity in the comments is quite outstanding, and it really does beg the question whether it is constructed by a real person or somebody with a paid agenda or mental issues, mental health issues, whatever it is. It doesn't seem that anybody that of any decent human being would write comments like that in an objection or to make an objection. It does sound more like the ramblings of somebody with a psychosis to write stuff like that, because it's certainly not in response to what you've done. It's more an issue that they're expressing of themselves when you read comments like that, rather than anything directly. You're just a conduit for them to express, quite frankly, you know, something they need counselling for. And you'll notice I didn't say medication.
Well said. Yeah.
Well, I you know what's positive is another thing that's happening as a good segue here is I put out another video today or yesterday on the NASA fakery that's been going around, and there's an even better one that just surfaced. But man, is NASA losing it now? This must be part of it because I don't know how they're gonna save face now.
Can you talk us through it? I haven't seen that.
Sure. So the video that I did is called Spotlight on Deception. It's a new series that I started highlighting, you know, all the idiots that are in the control grid that know a limited amount about the system but run it like middlemen. So NASA, government agencies, SpaceX, all the shills, you know them. And so this one's a triple reveal. So it's 3 really great fakeries exposed. The first one is the ISS with the wires, the military man with the naval shirt. He grabs the wire. The guy behind him with the shirt is looking for the wire, and the girl says the most horrible excuse you've ever heard, John. She's like, so it's kind of weird. It's like a mind game episode where they're mocking you but also taunting you. So it's like when the reporter gets on, he goes, I don't know, guys, it kind of looks like this is fake. Are you really in space? And the guy with the microphone goes, I don't know, are we? And he does this flip, and then the chick's like, look at my hair.
Look at the hair. Look at the hair.
Oh,
I've been sniffing glue.
Yeah. She's like the village trolley, that one, the village bicycle. I've been watching, man.
I've seen a couple this week. Yeah. Have you seen the one where the guy goes floating past in the background with a
That's the second one. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Challenger
with a wire.
So here we go. Challenger in '83. Oh no, that's the last one, John.
Okay, and then there's another one.
The second one.
Sorry, carry on.
Okay, so the second one is oh, now you've got me all bonkers. I forgot the second one. Wait a second. Yeah, the second one is GeoShifter. Man, I love that guy. He found a gem from the '83 Challenger mission, which is a guy's head, who gets in the camera when they're doing stop motion Thunderbirds type stuff when they actually get into orbit. So the guy's bald head gets in the shot. He notices he's in the shot, looks very embarrassed, and pops down. And then they go back to a space shot, and they forget that they need to turn the Earth on. So then they hit a switch, and the fluorescent bulb looks like it goes on, and all of a sudden the Earth lights out. So it is like it is literally one of the most epic fails you've ever seen. Congrats to GeoShifter. Man, what a find. And then the last one is the Hubble hoax one, where all the detractors and naysayers and boo men will say that, oh, it's the reflection from the craft of the guy taking the picture of the Hubble. But basically, you take the NASA picture of the Hubble from the NASA site, you put it into Photoshop, you do your little thing, and you can see what looks like a gaffer's hand holding a little fishing pole with the string holding up the little model of the Hubble.
Yeah,
so
saw that.
I leave that one up to everyone to decide. But
do you see the one that came out this week where the guy was he looked like he looked like he was in pain. He was on the left-hand side, and he was faking picking up something and passing it to the other hand and putting it on the shelf beside him. But there was nothing in his hand, so it was like as though he was doing it, and they were going to CGI something in later. Or so. Do you see that?
That one, John, killed me, man.
Oh,
I watched that 5 or 6 times. I didn't know what people. I'm thinking, what are they on about? Where's the problem? Where's the problem? And then I'm watching the guy on the left. Like, what's he doing?
Oh man!
What is he possibly doing?
Is that the ketchup one? Is that the ketchup?
He's missed the hat, hasn't he? He's missed the hat. He's totally not reached enough, so they've not CGI'd it across, and he's just throwing a few disco shapes, isn't he?
I don't know what he's doing, but that's the one where the guy in the background is floating backwards and forwards with a big wire coming out of his belt. It's just a comedy of errors.
I'm gonna put that in my next one. I thought you were talking about the one where there's two gents in the front. This one's a cracker, man. There's two guys in the front, and in the background you see a little Asian guy come flying through like Superman.
Yeah.
And he's got a rubber cord in the back of his belt holding him up, as well as the. Oh, that is the one.
Mm.
Oh, okay. Hilarious.
It's just a comedy of errors, really.
Mm-hmm. They can't keep it up much longer, I don't think.
It just goes to bolster the theory that that they're doing this deliberately. They're committing suicide.
So what do you think their end game is with that? I mean, it can't really be the revelation of flat Earth. Since I come from this whole long history of UFO research, I think that's what they're going to come out with. That's going to be their big reveal is we've had to hide all this from you with these bad videos and all this is because here's all these spacecraft and alien creatures, and it's going to be the whole blue beam,
It looks that way.
We've had to hide this from you. It has to be. I mean, what else can it be? All their sounds on the other side of the moon and their weird lights on the other side. They've fed into it with all their accidentally released videos from the the ISS and all these sun cameras with the little space wars going on around them. I mean, they're feeding it like a flame. It's insane the stuff they put out, but they're not going to officially say that, of course, not yet.
No,
it's coming.
I think you're right there.
What if I believe the same kind of thing, mine's a little more PG. What if they appeal to the hipster generation and they just say like, all right guys, you guys are smart enough, you're starting to figure it out. We had to fake it back then because of the Russians, and we really thought we were in jeopardy of blowing up in our liberty. And, there are real challenges, but we've been working on it, and now we can finally get through there. So we're going to do it. Let's get behind it. They could do that, but yours sounds better.
I think there's so much in the way of secret space out there that's been put out there that... I think like it's sort of combination of the two. They're going to sort of say, we had to fake it because of this, but we have, we've been spending your 50 billion or 50 million a day on this, and then they'll show us a bunch of CGI of some fucking, some space spinning tire up in space that's holding a whole colony of fake CGI people or something along those lines.
Aliens at bay. Then the plot gets revealed.
And then the whole aliens thing coming along with it, which has been in the pipeline for, I don't know now, is it since, well, at least the 50s, 40s, 50s.
57?
At least. Well, the Roswell crash was allegedly 47.
47. They're building.
When
up
did
to
those
something.
UFOs fly over, Walt? The building.
The year earlier in that year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it all started like late 46, early 47.
When did War of the Worlds air in the United States?
Oh man, that's I don't that date. I don't have offhand.
In the 20s. I don't know when it was.
I'll have to check.
Check that on a PC.
I'm checking it right now. I'm checking.
There's the biggest mine program.
The first
that was the biggest
attempted
test
false flag. Right.
Can we convince people via this new media? Can we convince them of reality via this media? And the answer was yeah.
And boy, did they.
Obviously. 1938.
Yeah,
That's when that happened.
That's pretty
Boy,
cool.
did they ever.
10 years before they actually started making it quote unquote real.
48.
Sounds like something.
38.
Sounds like something.
No, it's 38 was the War of the Worlds when it
Right.
tricked everybody.
Got you.
Yeah. H.G. Wells, that whole thing. Yeah.
How far?
And
they
Orson
came.
Welles. Orson Welles produced it on the radio, right? Double Wells. That's what happened.
So they came a long way in 50 years.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And there you go.
Good old
Yeah.
Ronnie.
Absolutely.
I found out this week it was Ronald Reagan that reversed the bill that banned the Vatican from the US. Wasn't that long ago then, really?
I didn't realize that there was a bill introduced that would ban the Vatican from the U.S.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It was. It wasn't allowed to have an embassy, and then Reagan overturned that, and they built, or they got their New York embassy or DC embassy or whatever. Don't know the full details yet, but I just thought that was quite interesting. Reagan did quite a few things that his cuddly persona didn't reveal.
Yeah, and you would have thought, as often as we repeat this process in America, that people would not still be fooled by Donald Trump.
By politics.
But crazy.
I mean, how are people still fooled by politics? I just don't understand it. They vote left, they vote right, they vote left, they vote right, they whinge, they moan, they vote, they whinge, they moan, they vote. I mean...
No,
cool.
It's a ridiculous cycle. Just a real quick back to the alien thing. Karen in the chat just said aliens might be coming out of the oceans, considering that NASA are highly trained in the underwater tanks. So there you go. That's what the whole underwater thing is.
You are the man. I was actually trying to cut in to say that and read it out for a laugh because that's great. Hilarious.
That's beautiful.
Maybe that's why
you see the bubbles. That's because we're underwater.
We had to be underwater. That's where the aliens are. Didn't you guys see
Mariana's Trench.
Didn't you watch Abyss? The Abyss, man, come on. Cameron knows.
You guys are smart. We had to fire the rockets up and down into the triangle because they're actually submarines that go shooting down
into space is down in the ocean.
The trench. Yeah.
We figured it out. Oh, a whole new rabbit hole to go into.
That's right. We have to reach escape velocity to penetrate the underwater lake that's down there, the super salinized water that submarines can't penetrate.
Submarine can't go through, right?
So,
exactly.
On a serious note, is there?
Yes.
Do we know that? Does ice form, really, really deep underwater? Do we know that? I don't know.
I'm not sure what you mean exactly. You mean
like a mile, 2 miles, 3 miles down? I mean, it could be if there's ice on the surface, say an iceberg or whatever. I know they can go quite deep, but is there a sort of point where it's so saline or it's so deep or the pressure is too much for ice to form? I'm just wondering if anyone knows that.
I could probably add a bit.
Go for it.
Go.
The first point is the salinity of the sea makes it very difficult for sea ice to form, doesn't it? Because it really decreases the freezing point.
Yeah.
Okay, so it has to be below zero. The other point is obviously, if you think about caves, it's cold, isn't it, to a certain level, but when you get deeper down, there are thermal vents that are occurring, especially if you think in the sea, there's thermal vents, there's whatever form of heat that is being generated down there is occurring. So it's less likely, I would suggest, you're going to ever get ice forming because
well,
it's
this
warm.
Leads me to my next question. Is, if we're surrounded by this ice wall or whatever, then maybe the way out of it is not over the top, it's underneath.
Ooh,
well, you're peeking something in my head. Let me look
you
up
heard
something.
it here first, folks.
Something is peeking in my head about this. Hang on, let me do something. Let me look up something real quick. Because I think when I was in college, there was something we studied in marine biology. Hang on.
And maybe not first.
Brinicles. Brinicles. That's what they're called. All right, in polar seas, these things grow downward from the surface when impurities form in the salt water. It's kind of like when you take the experiment with the string and the little test tube and the ice and the bucket and the beaker, and when you jerk that string, all the crystals form around it. And you know what I'm saying? When you get the water cold enough, you guys never did that experiment? Anyway,
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing. These impurities form from the surface down to the ocean floor, and you can see these long, like, icicles literally hanging from the polar floating ice down to the floor of the ocean. I'm looking at a picture of one right now. This was like in the 60s they discovered this, kind of like sea stalactites. So, interesting. Maybe it is all connected in a big, layered, stacked up thing.
Well, even if the ice did go under the sea, a long way, that surely we could use technology that could just melt the ice in front of it. I mean, apparently we can tunnel under solid earth at 7 miles a day or something. So, maybe not tunneling, but maybe a laser, just melting the ice in front of you or whatever.
Lends to the theory about the Nazis going under the ice near South Antarctica, right?
Yeah, that was
they went under the ice for like 200k into the ice and under.
Yeah.
I like your idea, John. That's brilliant.
Well, I can't imagine that, if we're surrounded by this ice ring, then I can't imagine it's all solid ground underneath it. I mean, parts of it may well be, but I can't imagine it all is. So who knows? And there are a lot of, not that I go into the UFO thing.
Nessie slipped through the crack there and came into our pond.
But there are a lot of, why not? But there's a lot of accounts of UFOs being seen going into water and out of water and all that sort of stuff.
Yes,
that is true.
I was going to tell you that next, yep.
Well, you tell us about that then, because UFOs aren't on my radar at the moment. Sort of.
Well, there's been numerous reports. As far back as literally when we were in, sailboats, galleons and things like that, of lights following these vessels for miles and miles and emerging out of the water and going into the sky. And this was before any kind of technology that man had could do that. There's lots of famous reports. I'm trying to recall the one up in Canada that you might know about, James. Man, it's been too long. I've been out of this field for like 10 years, guys. I'll have to play some catch up on these details, but numerous reports of them definitely into and out of the ocean. In fact, some of the conferences I attended down in Gulf Breeze, Florida, there were a number of them that we watched pop out of the ocean offshore when we go out after the conference and hang out on the beach for that very purpose, to watch this stuff happen. Now, is it an alien being in a ship from somewhere else, or is it some type of electromagnetic life form that we haven't understood yet?
Well, here's the other thing to think about, guys, is like everyone's waited 50, 60 years at the promise of having accommodation and hotel in the space. You would have thought by now we would have had many, many more underwater cities. Like, take advantage of the gorgeous, ocean and the deepest depths and, inhabit that and make habitats under there. But yet we
I agree.
Very, very few.
How difficult
when I
it
had
be?
money, here, I'll give you an example. When I had money, I was very well off. And there was a place called Atlantis. And I was going to marry my, spouse there. And it's about 25 grand just to go. You go underneath the ground. It's like, I don't know, really deep. And they have all these suites. It's like a little city underneath the water. And that, among maybe 3 others in the world, is all you can get for underwater cities or hotels and stuff like that. Which, isn't that surprising? Knowing humanity and knowing, what we can't do in space, why we wouldn't do it down there to explore and enjoy, and it's just surprising. Something to think about.
It would also be pretty easy as well, I've done potholing and stuff under coral reefs and things, And there are chasms in those things that are enormous, size of cathedrals, that all you'd need is an air pump in there and fire it up and pump this thing out because it's airtight. And I mean, it would be very easy, but you're right, you know, they should be all over the place, but they're not, and I don't know why.
That's something again. That's
anyway,
another piece to
I
think
thought
about.
since we had having Mark Sargent on, I thought I'd speculate a little bit.
Well, someone in the chat, I think it was Raven, mentioned that maybe that's why they keep pointing us to the sky so much with NASA and the alien ships and all that, is all the secret stuff's actually going on down there.
Yep.
I know when I heard that whole story about the guy in the submarine that got to the ocean floor and couldn't get through the lake that he found, that
And then died
really
a
took
week
me in
later.
a whole direction. Yeah, indeed. I did not know that part of the story. Really?
Yeah.
What happened?
He died about a week later, I think.
Wow.
That's telling.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Interesting.
Who knows? But
Well, I'm sure he died from the bends. I mean, because, we've only been diving for...
no, he wouldn't have done. No, because it was a pressurized submarine, so he wouldn't have got the bends. But it was quite interesting. But there's a lot to rest on that.
That's
isn't
great,
it?
man.
Layers.
Look at the
All
sky
layers.
while we fool you. Hey, maybe that's what the domes are connected to, the underwater bases. Underground, we think they're all in caves. What if they're underwater?
Yeah.
Under mountains, underwater. Anyways.
both?
Yeah, probably. Cool.
Huh. Yeah, probably both. And see,
What
I'm
else?
thinking
Anything?
through this whole thing with the whole new idea of the outer rings being where the ATs are actually coming from. So the whole idea, if this cycle goes every 20,000 years or so, like Dave and Sherry seem to think, then if the speculation,
Well, can I
but
ask,
I've looked
are
at
you-
yes.
Are you loving this theory or what?
You have no clue,
He's
Adam. This has
BD.
gotten me on fire, just like when I
I
first
can't-
started digging into flat Earth.
Love it.
Because I am so deeply immersed in this whole alien and different species thing. I mean, there's not just the
But
Greys.
dude,
There's not the-
you know they're fallen, they're entities.
But I
They're
think-
evil.
I
They're not
think that
aliens.
could
There's no
be
aliens.
explained. I think all that could be explained by this same theory, James. That whole thing is just another group that came from outside another ring, and
Okay.
they
I
warred
see.
with a group that was here already, and they wanted this realm because of the riches and the new form of life that was coming up. Because every time that sun comes out, if it's in a different frequency, a different vibration, then it's going to create a different life form. So let's say one ring was all sea life, and that's where all the theories of Atlantis and underwater worlds and mermaids and all those legends come from. And another ring came through, and it was the ibis-headed Egyptian god things with the giants and all that mythology.
I am here for you, brother.
And another ring went through, and it was the blue 8-armed gods with the elephant heads and that whole realm of mythology. And as they were advanced, they would come back to the inner ring and take advantage because they knew things that the inner ring didn't know. Use the technology, trick them, make them our slaves, get their resources. It's been repeated over and over and over. It's in all the history books. It's been carved into stone. They've been trying to pass the history down to us, and they just keep using it against us. This all just seems to fit the whole thing. And then again, take that to this underwater idea that one of these rings out was all based on underwater species, and so that's where they're from, and that's where their whole thing is taking place.
Honestly, I would liken it to the globe model. It's a very, very, very plausible theory that has no scientific backing.
The thing that keeps going back to me is, in all the geological and archaeological studies I've done, these civilizations, quote unquote, have disappeared many times. The Mayans, the ink. They didn't just die out. There's no history of them suddenly being wiped out. What if they just moved along with the sun as it traveled out to the next ring area and the new sun was born?
No, that's the whole point of what I'm saying. It has plausible explanations for things we've noticed in history, right? But it has no evidence to back them up, other than it has the coincidence that if the sun was doing this could explain this. But there's no evidence to suggest that, other than that a lot of them were sun cultures. But like I say, I enjoy it.
Okay, here's one thing that ties it in with evidence, quote unquote. Think about all the maps that show Antarctica with no ice that have been found. Antarctica with no ice. Well, how would that have happened unless the sun was traveling outward on that travel away? It melted the ice.
There really isn't many, and the ones that are copies of maps. So the only ones we've got are like with all documents. They're from the 1500s onwards. So we've no real ancient maps at all.
Right.
And even
Thanks to
Imperius admits that in its... Well, thanks to the theft and pretend fire at Alexandria.
Right, thank you. That was what I was alluding to.
And
quote, air quotes, you just didn't hear them.
And the treasures that the Freemasons and the elite snatch up too. They take the best of the best at all the times in history. So what we get isn't necessarily top.
Well, here's another thing that actually fits to me with this whole thing. So let's say there's an advanced crew right outside the ring, and they've made deals with people in this ring that are in power and say, hey, here's some technology you can use if you channel some of those resources. Apparently gold is something that is precious throughout these realms, because it seems to be the go-to thing that every one of them always want. So, I mean, why did John Kerry go to the Antarctic Ring on election day? I mean, that makes absolutely no sense unless there is a control crew that's right outside that ring that he had to go make a meeting with and maybe go, hey, look, it looks like something's screwing up and they're going to actually elect Donald Trump and we want Hillary or whatever. I'm just speculating. I like to speculate.
Or they could have wanted you to think that.
Well, there you go. Maybe it's all a double mind fuck. Who knows? A quadruple mind fuck. Who knows?
All I know is
I will continue to speculate with this one, though.
You didn't say black goo, so I'm happy.
And the spiders.
Well, honestly, mate, I don't genuinely pick fault in it, because it is a very plausible narrative for what we really do understand, the small bits of history that we do understand. Because nobody believes, we all know these ancient civilizations, and with all that knowledge, it's a very, very plausible and lovely narrative. And it's a nice place to kind of remind you that the shit your kids are being taught at school is nonsense. So, but other than that, I don't see a great deal of proof. And the biggest issue I've got with it, and the biggest complete flaw in it, is this birthing of a new sun. Do you know what I mean? What have we got? Some big anus or some big vagina at the centre of the earth now? For all we've discussed, you know.
Well, to be fair, Adam, I mean, what you're saying is correct, because there's no one here on the panel that knows that Antarctica even exists.
No, or that North Pole exists.
Or the North Pole, or anything along those lines. I mean, we're stuck to our little narrow band, and you know, it's speculation. I mean, I agree with Adam. It's a nice story, but we've always got to draw a line between what we consider speculation and what we consider what we know is fact, or you know, what
absolutely.
We consider
I don't
real.
claim any of this fact. These are just things I'm working with years of knowing. And when I say knowing, well, let's just say this: through both personal experience, family experience, and meeting literally hundreds of people. I can tell you without a doubt that humans are not alone in this area at all, period. Now, you can call them what you want to. You can call them alien, you can call them Nephilim, you can call them fallen angels, you can call them gods from afar, you can call them our alien creators, you can call them whatever you want to call them. They are here and they have been here since the beginning. Of that, I have no doubt. I know this from personal stuff. So from that, I move on to now looking at these things and trying to explain, if it's not an infinite void and they didn't come from out there, then where the hell did they come from? This seems to fit.
Yeah, and I've dissed it there, right? So I am going to support it because I've enjoyed it, and there's a lot of knowledge that I've acquired that it really does fit in with. And if you follow any kind of ancient histories of
Right.
civilizations and stuff, the suggestions it's making really
There's
does.
Yeah,
It's
there's
fantastic.
always
Oh.
a Quetzalcoatl, or there's always someone that shows up with the knowledge from the sky. I think that's just them keeping the whole ball thing going forever to make everybody fooled and tricked. That's all. Just like this dome is another trap to keep everybody's mind trapped and tricked. I think, but that's just me.
The dome's your eyes, mate. There's no dome above us. The dome
Yeah,
that's it.
there you go. As I was looking at the clouds marching into the distance yesterday, it looked awfully flat going away to me. It didn't look domed at all.
But to be playing the advocate, we have no evidence that there isn't a dome.
No?
Or that
No.
we're enclosed, or that we're under an enormous microscope, or we're in a petri dish, or I mean, none of those things
Right.
we want to think. We
And
like
farm in
to
space.
think there's more land, there's
We have-
new frontiers, but at the end of the day, we don't really know any of it.
We have evidence we're enclosed. I would argue, because we have.
Your
simple
audio's
fact that
terrible,
we could
Adam.
argue with the ballers. You what?
Your audio's terrible.
Can you help Adam's audio a bit, Josh, at all?
Am I the
I've
only
not
one?
changed.
I think he's got his mic away from his mouth.
Wow, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have been joined by the Sarge himself.
We have indeed.
Welcome, sir.
Can you hear us all right?
I can hear everybody.
Oh, awesome.
Welcome.
Well, I don't want to leave you out there hanging with the only guy on camera. So I'll go
Oh,
ahead and
no,
turn
I'm
mine off.
trying to find mine here to get my lovely, horrible visage here. Welcome, Mark. Glad to meet you, sir. I'm Walt.
Yes, welcome.
Flathead.
Hey, Walt.
I'm Josh. I've emailed you a few times.
Cool.
So it's nice to
Walt
finally
and
meet.
Josh. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Mark.
For
John
this short
Savage
moment,
here.
I'm going to stick my camera. Sorry, John. Go on.
No, just saying hello to Mark. Hi, John Savage here.
I will leave my camera on no longer other than to say hello, Mark.
Thank
Hi.
goodness.
I didn't know if you wanted me to have my camera on, but
It's fine. We generally don't because we just hope it doesn't,
well,
drag
do you
down
want me
the
to
stream or
like
anything.
kill
No,
my
it's-
camera just to
it's
save
fine.
bandwidth?
It's fine. We'll do it until we drop off, I guess.
Oh,
It's totally
there
up to you
goes
guys.
mine already.
I mean, if you think it'll be a bandwidth issue, I can do audio as well.
I think so
Yeah.
far so good. We'll just run with it while we can.
So far.
If it's an issue, we'll correct it.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
just-
I'll just say hi to everybody, and then I'll kill my video after that. Nice to meet
Oh,
everybody.
all right, that'll work. You too.
Nice
Thanks
to
for
meet you,
coming
sir.
on.
Thanks
Mark,
for being here.
it's a pleasure. I'm James, the Full Armor OG.
I've gotten emails from you as well, and whoever just said hello, hi to whoever that person was.
That was Adam,
Yep.
Had him.
our
Evening,
resident
Mark.
mad scientist.
Evening.
So you're brave, Mark, coming on with a bunch of ballers like us.
Why am I hearing a loop?
Are you getting an echo?
Do you have?
Well, not just an echo, but a big. Well, it was a big loop.
I don't know. That's strange.
Have you got YouTube muted?
That's weird.
Nothing here.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
all
I'm
muted.
I'm good here.
I think if you still have that YouTube open and watching when you were in chat,
I will kill. Oh, that's right. You know what?
That's what I
it was.
did. That's what I was doing earlier, actually, too,
That's what it
Mark.
was.
I was
Jeez, it's a
listening.
rookie
like, why am I
mistake,
hearing
and you
this
hate
show?
to see it.
Hey, no, we're all playing the game, sir. Learning as we go.
Oh boy.
Have you?
Although
you're
you
lucky
do
you
have a
haven't heard
little.
our show.
It was one of the few hangouts that I actually was watching before I jumped in.
Nice.
Well, awesome.
So, all right.
No, you fit in perfectly well. We still can't seem to manage to figure out Hangouts ourselves. So
Is that
Nice.
is that Hieronymus Bosch on your icon?
That is
there?
Hieronymus
Okay,
Bosch.
right. I thought
Very
it was.
nice.
The
And
infamous.
I had
What's the
my
story
version
behind
up
that?
there. I had. Well, I can't remember if I got it because of the Leonardo DiCaprio thing, or if I found it just before I saw him talk to the Pope, and he was talking about this painting.
What
and
a-
of course, the Hieronymus Bosch. That what you're looking at. There's the line down the center because that's just the case for the actual painting, which is called the Garden of Earthly Delights. So you open it up, it opens up like an old style window, double-sided window thing. So.
nice.
Anyway, so now that we have all my feedback loop taken care of, what's going on?
Nothing. We were just super excited to have you come on.
Oh no, I'm super excited to be here.
Adam, I think you might have some background noise. Would you mind just go ahead and killing your mic for a sec? Although I know you said you would. I don't.
Is that his noise or my noise?
I've killed it, but I could still hear it after I killed it. So
Here, let
I
me-
normally take the blame, but
I think
No.
it's
Let me
Mark,
turn
actually.
I've got a fan that's way behind me. Let me see if I can grab it. Hang on.
Yep.
That was it.
Oh, I don't know.
Is it possibly on my end with the new mic?
Is that better?
No.
Try and
Yeah, I think it was the
Walt.
fan.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Speaking of Hieronymus Bosch, I'm a big I used to be a crime reader, and Michael Connolly does a great series called Bosch, and I think it's loosely inspired on, this painting and the past. It's cool.
Huh. Yeah, I love the whole concept, and again, it was so surreal watching an A-lister, just the weird politics. Leonardo DiCaprio going to the Pope. He's got 15 minutes with him. That's because the Pope's a pretty busy guy, and what he decides to spend 5 minutes that is talking about this book of artwork, and then the one painting he points out is this enclosed world. I just thought that was fascinating. And
Which
then,
apparently
started-
was hanging in his nursery or something when he was
yeah,
a child.
hanging
And
above his crib.
I mean, if any of the listeners want to go and look this thing up, I mean, it is horrendous. I mean, there's people
Yeah.
eating people, there's cannibalism, there's violence, death. I mean, it's a horrible painting,
Yes.
isn't it?
I went through a very dark period of art that I loved, and that was one of my favorite paintings, The Garden of Earthly Delights, because of the darkness. So yeah, I'm very aware that would be horrible to have over someone's crib.
Yeah. If one thing that I have gotten from the Flat Earth community is that I have learned so many factoids over the last couple of years that I never knew before. I mean, I knew of, I could recognize the Hieronymus Bosch paintings, but I didn't know them by name. And so now I do, and now I know a lot more than I ever thought I would. So
I think that's the story of most flat earthers. I mean, you literally go through, 2 years so far and change of complete unlearning everything you've ever learnt and relearning everything that you have to learn.
oh yeah,
It's a hell of a learning curve, put it that way.
yeah, no question. It's been a heck of a ride so far, and 2017 is we're just into month 5, and it's just getting weirder and weirder.
Mm.
And you're doing interviews by the day, it seems, at the moment.
Yeah, a lot more people have been getting into it. Well, the word spread out so quickly once the American basketball players started getting into it, and different athletes, that now it's become part of our vernacular. It's not a term that can be blown off anymore. Now people, it's like, okay, I'm not going to completely just wave you off. Let's talk about whatever this is.
So
it's following the normal patterns. First, it's laughed at. Second, it's hotly contested.
That's what I was going to say. We must be moving into the violently opposed stage now.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's no accident. Look at the brand new show that Bill Nye has out there. I mean, yeah, of course, part of it's left wing, but the other part of it is trying to give science a boost, a shot in the arm. Neil deGrasse Tyson's new book, which covers it's like an introductory guide to astronomy, and his new documentary. If I showed part of one of the trailers to it. That's going to be coming out pretty soon, where he's really angry with the whole what he calls an anti-intellectual movement, which I don't know if that's a fair assumption, but he's going after it as hard as he can. But his hands are tied too, because you're talking about the man, the face of science, who will not do debates.
The level of propaganda has increased so much in 2017. I think they're showing Bill Nye around like he's brand new. They're just plugging him wherever they can, and it's like they've ratcheted it up because science needs to be propped up. It needs to be credible again. It needs to be respected and not questioned.
It's too late for that. It's too little, too late, as the saying goes, which is that science had its chance for the longest time, but what it did was, at the same time, the powers that be. And I'm not saying this to the audience in general, but they dumbed down the population and reduced education spending and made teachers practically on welfare and spent so little money on education that now they put themselves into a tough position where, now science wants to step forward and try to give their case, but the average person on the street just hears static. And if you want a perfect example of that, look at the simple equation that everybody in Flat Earth knows, the 8 inches per mile squared. When you tell that to somebody who has never, the average person on the street, just pick anybody. Once you say, I've watched it happen, 8 inches per mile squared, their eyes start to glaze over. Because all of a sudden they go back to high school. It's like, oh man, I didn't even get through algebra. I hated it. And it's like, look, this is pretty easy stuff. But the point is that even your average man on the street does not know what 8 inches per mile squared is. They just don't know. And if you don't know that, what chance does science have with anything advanced? Their equations are wrong, but they can't even get those across. What was the debate I did the other day with DH Hub, where one of the guys, that was a painful interview.
That was fun, yeah.
Where,
it was painful to listen to, let alone be there. I don't know how you just didn't hit the red button and go.
Well, it was one of the few. I don't really actually. I've tried to be a man of my word, which is I told people months ago. I said, look, okay, I've done as many. I've done a lot of pro flat Earth things, but I really need to do more and more anti-flat Earth things, because that'll give people an idea of how to approach people that are going to come hostile at you.
Yeah.
And when I ran into the lead host, he was the guy who had a master's in mathematics, and I felt really bad for him about 30 minutes in, because you could tell it's like, when he was saying things like, well, you're going to have to just throw out calculus. Calculus is just going to have to be burned down. You're basically throwing away math. I'm going, well, I wouldn't say that, but it is tied to it. If you've got a master's degree, and beforehand, remember I said that if you have a master's in any of the physical sciences, there's nothing we can do for you.
You're screwed.
But now I gotta add something to that, which is if you have a master's in mathematics, you're also doomed. Because that's indoctrination almost. If you get a master's in math, you're one notch below being a physicist.
Well, basically, if you think you know so something, you're lost.
Invested.
Yeah,
that sounds like a proper academic snobbery. That's funny. But true. Sadly, it's
They don't know what to do.
It's one more step away from reality is probably the point I would view of what you're making is that physics at least considers a bit of reality. Mathematics doesn't have to consider any in a lot of its.
It's a language.
Oh yeah. Well, it's their only counter to my argument where I threw at people. I've been hitting them more and more with it lately, which is, okay, fine. Tell me how you know the Earth is a globe, and I go, eventually you're going to have to lean on one of the space programs. I don't care who it is. If it's JAXA, if it's NASA, if it's the European agency, I don't care. But if they weren't up and running, the first picture of the Earth wasn't taken until 72, then how did you know before that? And eventually, and now I'm starting to realize this, eventually they have to say, well, it's not just that science told us, it's that mathematics told us. We knew this through math over the last 400 and something years.
Yep.
Well,
huge. They say that's a big comeback for the Globers. They say because of calculations and math, and because of positions of planets and X, Y, and Z, we can predict things that make it true. It's very hard to. It's almost, I compare it to trying to blow out a light bulb with certain people. It's very, very hard. Good. But yeah. I was thinking, Mark, things must have changed. Maybe it would be helpful for everyone to know kind of where you are now with the theory and where you kind of stand and what you've been doing, and maybe give you a chance to talk a bit.
On that, guys, I've got a question that I was tweeted that I promised I'd ask, and
sure,
it's probably a good introduction question, because I think you're going to get a couple of questions, Mark, because we've invited a few, just for people who won't get a chance to speak.
Ask anything. Sure.
So mine's from Alba Gamer, and his question is, does Mark still believe the flat Earth is rising at 16 foot per second to compensate for gravity? So I think with that, explain that, and then maybe state where you are today.
Oh, no, that's fine. I dare anybody, I challenge anybody to say where I ever thought that the gravitational force was caused by some sort of upward momentum. In fact, even it's weird because everyone kind of we've heard this from different people, but we haven't. But everyone keeps pointing fingers like, no, he said it. No, he said. Even Eric DeVay came out and said that I said that Eric thinks it's rising. I'm going, no, I don't even think I've even accused anybody of saying that it's rising. But we've all heard this. That gravitational force is, but that you're assuming at that point where, again, which is why it doesn't resonate with me, that there's space to begin with, because that assumes that you're on a flat sort of disk that's hurtling through space. And my argument has been, since really day one, why would there have to ever be space? Exactly. If you're faking space, if space is just it's just an illusion, it's just a projection or whatever you want to call it. If it's physical, it's fine, but it's super, super close. You don't have to make the real thing. If 99.999% of the population believe in the illusion, that's what you go with. You don't have to build out a whole full-blown solar system. And I'm not knocking God, because people say, well, no, God's not lazy. I'm going, no, God's not lazy, but God's very efficient. Also, it's that line from Contact. Any advanced civilization is going to have efficiency functioning on multiple levels. And so, anyway, but if there's anything I did backtrack on or change over the last 2 years, because the Clues is, just barely 2 years old, it was the flatness of it, the absolute flatness of it, where initially, and by the way, you guys feel free to interrupt anytime. I don't mind. There was that initially when I started out, because I didn't know, there wasn't that much material to go off of, was that I was a big fan of the Orlando Ferguson map, which was the flattened stationary Earth map, which looked like, and people know that it kind of looks like a roulette table, although I'm not allowed to say roulette table anymore, because if you add up all the numbers on a roulette table, it adds up to 666.
Oh,
and yeah, right. And it's true. It's absolutely true. It's like, crap.
So that's why they made that game.
Because it looks like a roulette table, but it's like, all right, fine. I won't say that anymore. I'll say hubcap. And because it has a little bit of a curve to it, but it's just so gradual, and it kind of turns up at the edge, and it's kind of a cool looking map. I've seen actually the full blown wall hanging up in Wyoming. I think it's Wyoming. Anyway, the point is that shortly after that, people were messaging me, and I mean, it did not take long for people to say, no, dude, there's no curve at all. I mean, it's absolutely tabletop flat, except for mountains and crap like that, the general terrain. I go, really? And so then, yeah, sure enough, people started doing more and more water experiments and level experiments and all this stuff. And yeah, that was about the only thing. But, I didn't lose any sleep over it, because what did I know? I mean,
by the way, it's really good to hear that you don't believe that we're rising up exponentially.
No. I mean, I believe in some aspects of physics, but the whole place rising, you don't have to have it rising. I'm the guy. I see. I don't know why people didn't pick on my explanation for gravity more than that. I mean, I thought my explanation was actually easier to poke fun at, which was that, well, I mean, first of all, the argument is, because people say, well, what's gravity on a flat Earth? And I go, what's gravity on a sphere? I go, even your best guys tell us that it's like, look, we can't tell you what it is. We can only tell you what it does, or the effects of it. And I go, same thing with this. I go, look, instead of gravity pulling everything into the center of a core of an Earth that you can never reach, it's just pulling straight down. I go, and if you want some sort of mechanical description, I call it some sort of molecular magnetism, because that's what we do in simulations now. But again, it's for me, it's not. It's either way. There's no silver bullet that's going to take this thing down. Flat Earth is. We're way past that, to where science could have killed this. And I love that somebody just recently put up my boxer analogy. If science could have killed this, they would have killed it in the first 20 days, and they didn't. And now we are 2 years later, and it's getting. Everything's under the microscope now, to where you guys saw that the astronaut video, the ISS footage that came out from DITRH over the last 24 hours.
Dude, it is I thought I had a gem with the one that GeoShifter found with the 83.
Oh, I thought
and the
that
guys.
Was good. Yeah, dude, that was excellent.
You see this one, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, because the GeoShifter one, that was 1983, right? And you can say, well, VHS tape, and it could have been a reflection, and blah, blah, blah. That's like, all right. In a stretch, maybe I'll give you that. Maybe.
Yeah.
But
then the Earth turning on?
Well, yeah, there's that. Well, that right, and...
So got this, guys, this is my next question then, which kind of relates to all of this.
Sure.
Which is kind of, are we as flat earthers... So I heard that question, and it's obviously, Mark, what you're saying, somebody said your opinion of something from X amount of years ago, etc., etc. So my question that I got from that is, and it's probably to everybody and to all flat earthers, are we allowed to change our minds? And the bit you're discussing there really kind of shows it, is that actually, as we go along this journey, all of the stuff that sometimes we thought were evidence is actually lies. Do you know what I mean? So are we allowed to change our minds, even if we thought the Earth was rising?
I have never lost an ounce of sleep, except in the beginning when I first put the clues out there, and I thought, okay, some professor's going to write me and call me a complete idiot and break it down exactly how I screwed up, and he didn't. But since then, any little changes, I haven't had any. Nobody knows. Everybody knows. The description I came up with, the analogy I came up with is, look, everybody on the flat Earth side of the battlefield, there's a whole bunch of different flags, as you know. Everyone's got slightly different things. Is there dome? Is there not a dome? Is
concave,
concave versus, is there infinite plane? Are there more continents? Is there water between us and the continents? You don't know. Right, but what we do know is that on the other side of the field, they only got one flag, and so it's like all these clans in the Scottish Highlands. And I'm not doing Scottish accent justice, I know you guys, but on the other side, all these flags, and we're all running down the field, but at least we're all on the same side. We're just looking. We have the same goal in mind, which is at the very least, and you'll hear this from just about everybody that I'm working with, and that is, at the very least, we know it's not a globe.
Yep.
So
the basics. It's not moving.
Basics,
it's not moving, and it's not curved. And
it's not.
and
That's exactly
go
right.
run and charge with the flags everywhere where there's potential
Yeah.
to unearth something like gyroscopes, curvature, the sun, the moon. Do that, and look at us now. We're running down
Oh,
the
yeah.
field, and they're like,
Yes,
science
is
the ball,
in
science the ball.
Science is in trouble because and the reason they're going to lose is twofold. One, because the general population, the message that we've got out there is way easier to understand than theirs. If they think that math is going to save them, oh no, I'm sorry, my friends, they've got no chance there. But the other side is that they don't have enough tools in the toolbox. We're coming up with the thing that makes this different now than it did hundreds of years ago is that now we've got tools and questions and weapons that they've never even seen before. So I mean, we'll just use just one off the top of my head, the video technology, the fact that cameras now can cheap cameras can do zoom, magnification that is so far beyond what you would expect, even 10 years ago, that it's like, fine, you want to say that the boat goes over the horizon, there it goes, it's gone. Hey, look at this, crank up the zoom. Now it's back. Explain that. You can explain the first part because we couldn't bring the boat back before, but now we can. And then to add insult to injury, it's fine. Look, I'll toss out the boat. Show me an object. This is an argument I've been throwing at people lately. I go, show me an object at 150 miles or less that we can't see ever under whatever. I'm going to take out bad weather conditions. Show me a lighthouse. Show me a building. Show me any landmark or an island at 150, because after you get past 150, 200 miles, especially if you're on the water, that the atmosphere gets really, really thick, and it's like looking through soup. But there 150 miles of curvature, there should be objects you never, ever, ever can see. And they can claim refraction and mirages and all this other stuff as much as they want. But I go, look, that's not possible in every circumstance all the time. If there's an object that you can show me that absolutely cannot be seen, I go out there today, I go out there next month, I go out there 60 days from now, and no matter what I do, I can't see it, yeah, then maybe you got a case. But you don't. And that's just one thing we've got, which is why anybody, again, with a master's degree or higher, they won't step forward because you don't want to be the guy that loses. And losing for them isn't losing the debate. It's not winning quickly. That's what people keep forgetting. It's not that a scientist goes into a room with, I don't know, let's say Jaron, right? If he goes into a room with Jaron, if he doesn't beat Jaron in 10 minutes, which is, again, why I love that analogy. It's the old Rocky movie. Apollo Creed, Rocky should be done in the first 2 minutes of the first round. And if he's not, then you start looking two ways. These cycles. First, you start looking at the champ, and you're going science. You're going, okay, why haven't you wiped out Flat Earth already? Why isn't this guy on the canvas? And then you start looking at Flat Earth and going, okay, we're round 2, round 3. He's still there, and I love it. That's kind of where we are now. And who are they going to put forward? Who are you going to bring? At this point, you might as well bring Brian Cox into the mix.
We had actually been talking, Mark, on the show a few weeks ago about perhaps some of the moves they've been making. And it's a very sensitive subject, but I'm going to bring it up again because it may be true. But a lot of the people that you see that are famous, that have come out and admitted it, don't have the most stalwart reputation. You've got and I kind of wonder if the higher minds. Yeah, exactly. But behind the scenes, if maybe they're trying to discredit it by getting already discredited or dodgy people to kind of lend it some light in the hopes that,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, just think about the whole Eddie Bravo, Joe Rogan thing. I mean, okay, so Joe Rogan was a huge moon hoax guy, and then Tyson comes on the show, he kisses his butt. Oh, I was retarded for thinking that. Now Eddie's all flat Earth, and the whole
because of fuel, by the way, to the listeners, it was over fuel, Walt, that he was convinced because of the amount of fuel that the shuttle took to the moon. That was how they got there.
Right.
Break.
But anyway, the Eddie and Joe's whole take on Eddie was his concern. his concern for his friend's mental state, that he would even think such a thing, that the earth was flat. That was put through the whole show. And what did Eddie keep saying? Hey, don't listen to me, I'm just crazy. Hey, don't listen to me, I'm just crazy. So is that going to be their next take? Is we all need to have our head examined and get committed by our family members, you know?
It's hard to say, because initially there's so many little cool aspects to this. Initially I thought it was the whole wedding dance floor thing. Nobody wants to be the first person on the dance floor, especially at a wedding. And then you get some drunk girl that shows up, just starts dancing with herself. That's probably Tila Tequila right there. Then you got B.O.B. out there making some moves, but it's still not taken. And then all of a sudden why Neil deGrasse Tyson came out against B.O.B. That was enough. I mean, he gave us more publicity than B.O.B. ever did.
Thank you.
And plus, again, I still am suspect of that whole thing, because I was well versed enough in the topic and rebuttals that when I watched when Neil do his rebuttal thing on Comedy Central of all places, it didn't bring his A game. It was not his best argument. In fact, why was he up there without any video, without any still shots, without any graphics? It was just him monologuing. He was going, really? Because all I do, and Joe Rogan, I know, listens to some of my stuff. All he had to do was bring out 15 seconds of the Himawara satellite. That would have convinced your usual knuckle draggers out in the audience. That's all it would take. But now we've gone into, you can look at Eddie Bravo, and he's an eccentric martial arts guy with a whole bunch of tattoos, and he's got crazy eyes every once in a while. But that's a contrast to, say, Kyrie Irving, who, very well spoken.
Yes.
Well, got his act together. It's not like he's been nailed on drug charges or wife beating or anything like that.
Nope.
He's won his ring. Oh yeah, LeBron James, that's one of my best friends. Stuff like that. And Shaquille O'Neal's backing him, and I love that whole aspect. But yeah, I think they've been testing social media. They're in a perfect position right now, because now you can check it in real time. You can data mine Twitter. You can data mine Facebook.
Yep.
You can,
they do to the politicians. They do the same thing to the topics. They do, market tests. What do you call it? Analysis.
Focus groups. Yeah. You can do it instantaneously now. You don't even have to get people in a room anymore. It's not like the old days where now you can track it. So now that you can do that with guys like Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan, let me call him what he is. Look, he is he's either one of two things. He's either very, very clever or very, very ignorant. One of the two. And I'm almost leaning down the clever side, because he's brought up Flat Earth on so many shows. At this point, I've lost count. Literally, he's fishing. He's bending the rules of his own probation that they put him on, which is, you aren't allowed to talk about certain things. You're especially not allowed to attack the space program. But back then, there was nothing, I'm sure they didn't say Flat Earth, because nobody knew anything about Flat Earth. So now he's bringing it up, but he's bringing it up, sideways. He's saying, this Flat Earth thing's a piece of crap. I'm never doing a show on Flat Earth, but we're going to ask our next guest about Flat Earth. And he does that he dedicated a full hour to attacking Eric Dubé. That's amazing.
I know. That was great.
So now it's like, okay, you're giving us more. In fact, if you type in Flat Earth into YouTube and look at the top 10 videos, just, top 10 relevance sorted videos, Joe Rogan's up there in the top 5 now. And he's doing this, and he's a anti-Flat Earth guy. And it's the Eddie Bravo ones.
We are seeing that too. I have seen a lot of typical people, whether their genre was, elite banking and the NWO, or, martial law. Even them, they're noticing that you're right. The flat earth topic has caught fire. So people are just labeling things and trying to catch on some of the steam too. Like there was that video that has about 5 or 6 million views by a bunch of people saying finally testing the flat earth, and it really has nothing to do with the flat earth at all.
Oh, was that the Asian kid?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm not being racist when I say the title. It's the title.
Thanks for saying that. I did danced around it.
His channel is called Nigga Higa.
Oh.
And it's spelled Nigahiga, and he's not a gangster rap guy. He's just a Asian kid who has really resonated with a lot of underachievers, for lack of a better term. You guys got 20 million subscribers. I mean, and he makes. I mean, his stuff is pretty funny. I mean, for example, I think that PewDiePie is talentless, but Nigga Higga, I totally get or picking up what he's putting down. Totally get that. But the fact that he addressed it, the first 6 minutes of that video were brilliant.
Absolutely.
Where he was like going, no, I'm totally on board with him. He never really backtracked. I mean, yeah, the skit was kind of a parody. Well, it was a parody, and pretty funny because when isn't toilet humor funny on the internet? But at the same time, you can't put a price tag on what he just did. That thing got 5 million hits in a week.
Absolutely.
So good.
And that's the thing too with I've had some success with the video, and that's actually why when I contacted you, I was like saying about the clues that I put up. Yeah. Is I noticed that the viewers on my video, they were all new eyeballs. So nice. How can I not look at that? The amount of new people coming into it is unbelievable.
And what you just said there, that is one of the main reasons. And I'm not saying, your reasoning was completely legitimate and not greedy, but the internet, as there's gold rush things happening out there all the time. And that's what a perfect example would be, well, it's an extreme example, but you guys will get it if you look it up. It's the video, I know you said it's one of Darren Nesbitt's early ones at St. Marie's Annex. That's the name of the YouTube channel. Just this place out in London or outside of London, UK. I can't remember where St. Marie's Annex is. And normally they do, 100 hits, 200 hits, that sort of stuff, for whoever. Darren Nesbitt does a talk on Flat Earth, and it's so polarizing that if you look it up right now, I think it's so you look at their videos, it's like 150 hits, 180 hits. Darren Nesbitt's thing, 720,000 hits. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out, where the numbers are. And that's what anyone in the YouTube community is looking for. It's like, I want to know the numbers. If all of a sudden they do a flat earth video after doing videos on whatever it is, something, how much cereal I can eat in 15 minutes, then flat earth video gets 3, 4, 10 times the number of hits that they normally get. There's a saying, it was in the wonderful documentary called Why We Fight, and it was about the American war machine and how they do it for profit, basically now, the American military. And the guy said, he goes, the wars are now the American wars are generating like 20-30% profit. He goes, when wars start generating that much revenue, you're going to start seeing a lot more of them. And that's what's been going on with Flat Earth. I'm seeing channels that never would touch this thing in a million years. They're doing it for the hits. And great, fantastic.
Well, I was going to say, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
They have to do it. The rest of YouTube's dead, to be honest.
Yeah. To answer your question, is it a good thing or a bad thing? In the long run, it's going to be a good thing, because the more, not to use a Hitler quote. Matter of fact, I probably shouldn't use a Hitler quote. but he was the one that coined it. He was it's straight up propaganda, and that if you repeat something, a simple message, enough times, it's going to sink into everybody. It's going to get to the lowest common denominator. And mainstream's helping us to a certain degree. You're seeing more and more people say, anyone that denies climate change is a flat earther. And Obama doing this flat earth stuff, and John Kerry saying flat earth.
That was weird.
Yeah, that was weird.
Hey, Mark, what about mixing flat earth with pictures of little kittens and stuff? Now that's got to be a winner, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Is that what Patricia's angle is to mix the flat earth with the kittens, and you've got billions.
At this point, and I've said, because honestly, it's just a matter of time before some producer, and look, I've talked to them already. They're just scared to death of pulling the trigger.
Who's that? Sorry?
Which is, as far as
movies.
Well, not just movies or some sort of television show, something that takes flat Earth to the next level. But it's a dicey proposition, because if you do, okay, let me answer the first question first. Whatever gets mixed into flat Earth, it's already happening. I mean, the Nigga Higga thing, that was kind of, I mean, yeah, the first part was talking about conspiracies, but then he goes into breaking down the planets into the different parts of the body, which is interesting because it's tied to a chakra thing, but I don't want to get into that right now. Other people have been tying it to religious aspects. I mean, how many different hangouts now? That what's really jumped up, of course, is stuff like this, where you're running 6 and 7 hangouts in a day, different flat earths. I mean, beforehand, you'd be lucky to find 2 or 3 hangouts in a week. And now you're getting multiple. Now everyone's stepping on each other's toes. But as far as mixing things with flat earth to give it a broader range, it's already happening. We don't even have to try. Yeah, I mean, Patricia's got her own thing, and you go with your strong suits, and she hasn't gone so far as to say flat earth and the art of makeup, something like that. But I mean, look, if it works and generates hits, all I'm trying to do is get this thing to the next level. I mean, with there's going to be some integrity questions, like if there is a show that comes down the road and it's called Flat Earthers, I would hope they wouldn't turn it into something like Gator Busters with beards or something like that. Something. Well, they might. But at the same time, it naturally lends itself to the experimental side of things. Just getting flat earthers to do experiments.
I am from South Louisiana, Mark. I'm just busting your chops, man. I hate those shows. I mean, everybody thinks we walk around with alligators on chains and barefoot, and yeah, trust me, I hate those shows. I was being very silly.
No, it's okay. Here's the other thing about. No, it's a good point though, because we've come down to target demographics where people are. If you guys know what jump the shark is, we've jumped the shark when it comes to media.
Hey.
Exactly. Happy Days reference. You guys don't know what Jump the Shark means. It was when Happy Days was running out of plots, and so they did it was a 1 or 2 part episode where Fonzie literally.
Oh yes, sir. You had to tune in next week to find out if he made it.
Exactly. Jumped a swimming pool with a shark in it because they ran out of plot lines. All shows do that, with the exception of crime shows like Law and Order, because crime writes itself and it changes every day. But the point is that media has run out of things, and we've splintered into reality shows, which are, I mean, they're target demographic down to a granular level. I mean, seriously, how many gator shows can we do? How many shows about guys' beards can we do? How many different housewives, reality housewives, Texas El Paso? I don't know. How many different ones can we do? So the producers now are going to, it's inevitable. They have to cover this because there's nothing else to cover.
Mm-hmm. They have to adapt again.
It's the last book on the shelf, kind of like how I got into it. I got into this because I looked at every other conspiracy, and this was always there. This was always sitting up there. I was going, I'm never reading that book. That is a piece of crap book. It's just stupid. In fact, why would I even own that book? And then I looked into it. It's like, God damn it, is the book I should have read in the first place. And so that's what's going to happen here. But if you do that,
mother of all books.
It's the mother of all books, the mother of all bad books, the ugliest cover, the worst title. I mean, seriously, the book might as well be
Calculus.
My favorite poop sandwich.
Yep,
that's really what it should be.
You got to be pretty desperate to click on Flat Earth back in the day before it kicked off. We've all seen it there. I mean, I've been looking at stuff 15 years, and like you don't want to touch it. You got to be pretty desperate. Yeah.
Well, what I knew was, and I was one of the lucky people that figured it out, because I'm introspective enough that when I saw my first Flat Earth video, and you guys probably heard me say this before, when I clicked on it, I actually got embarrassed. And I was alone in a room, and you guys are probably the average bunch of guys. Look, there's a lot of freaky stuff there on the internet, and people click on it and don't have a problem clicking on it, right? But when it comes to this, I was clicking on it, and I literally felt my face get flushed. I was actually getting embarrassed for myself. It's like, and then I caught myself that instant. I was going, wait a minute, why am I getting embarrassed? I go, there's so many horrible things on the internet, and I didn't even blink at them. And yet when I click on this, the most ridiculous thing ever, I got embarrassed. Why? And it was because of conditioning. It's the same reason that people get angry, super angry about this, and they don't know why. It's kind of like the show I put out with those guys from Ruined Heroes. and I didn't do the interview with their show, but they were talking about it, and one of the co-hosts who really wasn't prepared for this, he just got more angry and more angry. It was way worse than that DH interview I did. And you could tell that he was his world, his foundation, he considered himself an educated person, was just getting shaken. And it was the line, and I don't want to drop names, but I was on a call-in show, and there was an elderly gentleman had called up on the show, and he goes, "How old are you, young man?" I goes, "47." And he goes, "Well, I'm 63." He goes, "How dare you? How dare you tell me what the world, that the world isn't what I think it is?" And he was really, really upset. I was going, okay, I'm just the messenger here. Don't take it out on me. Most of the time they don't, though, which is nice. I get very, very little hate mail.
The reactions are extraordinary, really. I think
I
one
got
of the
great comments.
Yeah.
Oh, you got comments? What?
Go for it.
No, I'm not going to repeat it. No, but earlier on the show, it's just some stuff people write is ridiculous. You can't take it to heart. It's horrible.
Right.
Not even worth repeating. But.
It's most of it is, and you can always tell, is that the analogy I used was that flat Earth really is the ultimate Pandora's box, which is that your only defense against it is to not look. If you look into it, if you look in the box, you stare at it for a good 30 seconds, whatever's inside it, you're doomed.
You're done.
You've got to resolve it one way or the other. Your only defense, and you can tell the people that haven't looked, they have to make fun of it from the outside. Or if you want a different analogy, let's go with the Pandora's box. I like this one. Where the people on the outside is going, "That's a stupid box. I'm not. You're an idiot for even looking in that box. Why are you looking in that box? I don't care what you see in there. I'm not looking at it because you're an idiot." And that's the defense they take, because that's the only defense they have. They can only make fun of it from a surface level. And you know this because you've heard the arguments time and time again.
That's because you to them, you're telling them that the box is made out of rubber or cement or something, and then they know it's wood, so they're always going to mock you at first. Yeah. It's ridiculous to them.
The other analogy I had was, and I've been trying to work this into something, which is kind of like a simple children's toy. So you see a guy on a park bench, and he's playing with his children's toy. At least you think it's a children's toy. And he's got his brow is all furrowed, and you don't know why he's having such a difficult time with it. And you realize that he's having a difficult. Well, you don't know. You can't figure it out. And then finally, you see him put the toy down, and he walks away. It's like I can totally solve this thing. This thing is a piece of crap. And you sit down, and as you're playing with it, it gets more and more difficult. It starts morphing into a puzzle box, and then a more complex puzzle box. And then you realize after a while, it's like, oh man, I'm never gonna, because the puzzle box is proving basically that you're on a globe and you can't do it. You try. I mean, I tried for months before I gave up. I'm a very stubborn person when it comes to that. And finally I had that, I had a moment where I was just banging my head on the keyboard. I was going, I gotta do something, because again, it's like a marble in a paint can. It's rattling around my head. Can't get it out. And I gotta figure out something. And thought I could resolve it by doing the clues. Boy, did that backfire on me. So anyway. Well, questions are right.
I think we all had that idea that we would open the world's eyes with our brave attempt at showing them what was going on. I mean, I saw all this and finally started realizing that maybe there was more to flat Earth than the craziness, and decided to go out on the beach and do a video to see if the sun actually went away and to the right and not down like it should. And sure enough, that's what I saw. And I'm like, well, this is it. I should be able to show this instantly. Put it on YouTube, and like the first few comments were like, "Die, choke on your spit, don't reproduce." I'm like, really? Don't you see this? What's wrong with you people?
Oh, Mark,
and other people will also, sorry to interrupt real quick, but other people will. The other great thing about flat Earth is that everyone's got their own favorite. Everyone's got their own thing, whatever it is that convinced them. Sometimes it's something really small, like a piece of NASA footage, or the curvature, or Antarctica, or take your pick. And it's fantastic because every one of whatever it is leads them back to the same thing. And so, yeah, you could have a whole bunch of people. I've done social rooms where everybody in the room has some sort of different story that's tied to it. And I love it. And again, that's how I know that it's a real thing, because had any of the things that I was looking at pointed in a different direction, it's like you're looking at, you're doing the haunted house or whatever, the mystery, like Clue, the game. If any of the things pointed to something else other than the butler, I would have had my doubts. But everything kept going back to the same place. Like, oh, the butler did do it. It's absolutely flat. And that's what I keep running to with people. Plus that, and women's intuition. How many conspiracies that resonate with women? Not many. And
no, not many.
None, except for this one, really.
Yeah. I don't see. You do not. I'm sorry. I hate to say this for people that don't trust women, but female intuition's a real thing, and they're picking up on it, and they can smell BS. In fact, again, I'm not trying to be sexist, but there's an old sales saying, which is you don't pitch the bitch, because women can smell a lie. And well, most of the time
I'm not having it. There's a rumor in my house, complete conspiracy, that I don't do anything towards the maintenance of the house, and I'm just not having it.
Nice.
But just a separate thought: did Fonzie make the jump?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was easy. It was done in slow motion. It was a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
I assumed, but I couldn't have gone to bed without knowing, guys.
Well, here's an interesting thing. There's a guy that started a website called jumptheshark.com. And he was taking all these different TV shows and movies, and as soon as their plot lines sort of hit that point where it was just ridiculous and nobody wants to really watch this crap, he would put it on the list. Well, TV Guide paid this guy millions of dollars for this crazy Jump the Shark website. So I think that's when it kind of hit that vernacular and sort of worked its way into our vocabulary, was when this random guy just got paid millions of dollars by TV Guide.
It's true. And by the way, it's also one of the reasons that I believe that this civilization has kind of run its course. That I think that eventually we were going to figure this out. We were going to figure out the flat world. We were going to figure out where we were, and whatever resolution was going to come from that was because that in all aspects of media, we've gone that far. Forget about things like how many seasons of Friends went, or how many seasons of Cheers, or whatever. I'll even go so far as to say, again, I put that challenge out there in one of my episodes, which was that 1990. Look, in just general movies, cinema in general was 1999 the finest year in movies. Take a look at the amount of movies that were made in 1999.
Garbage after. There is nothing new.
I mean, it kind of plateaued and went down, but by the end of 2003, that was it. The bell curve was over, and now it's just remix. I mean,
it lends to the fact that everything as a whole, as a society, feels. And if you ask non-believers in the flat earth, you ask Christians, you ask regular people, if you pull them, they all say, like, this is the worst. Shit is bad. Things feel like they're like it's the end. It is. I firmly believe we're in the end times. I firmly agree with your hypothesis that we were supposed to find this out. This could be the Great Deception, and it's all tied in. And
yeah. I mean, and I'm not trying to, me, I'm not necessarily doom and gloom, glass half full, rah, thumbs up. But at the same time, look, you're kidding. Anyone out there is kidding themselves. They don't think that other civilizations were here before us. I mean, there's sunken cities off Japan. There's sunken cities off of India. I've been to the pyramids. They were not built by anyone around here. It goes, was Atlantis a real thing? Bimini Road, the continent of Mu, all this stuff. So what I'm saying is look, someone had to get out of the way so that we could be here. And after us, there's going to be a whole other group that's gonna come in and do whatever they have to do. We had a heck of a run, but we've run. What's the old saying? There's nothing new under the sun. Yep. We've run out of ideas. We're just churning. What's the line from Aliens? We're just grinding metal at this point. So I just hope that we can.
Couple that with the space, Mark. Like how much longer? How long is Richard Branson? 40, 50 years?
Yeah.
But they can't pull that gag anymore. There is nothing new.
Which leads me into something else, which is the SpaceX thing. If you believe that everything for a reason and that everything's telegraphed and there are no accidents, one of our great presidents, FDR, said there are no accidents in politics. It's all deliberate when he boils down to it. Nothing happens by happenstance. And when it comes to the SpaceX thing, the fact that they're announcing that they're going to take 2 tourists around the moon and back next year, that is so beyond the pale. That is so bold that it breaks every rule that NASA's been holding on to for the last 60 years, which is you don't show any footage. You don't take any missions that will compromise where we are. You don't do it. You don't show movies of the Earth. You don't let cameras go unedited on rockets. You don't let astronauts turn around. You don't do any of that crap. And SpaceX is going to ruin all that with one movie unless it's deliberate. Unless there's 2 ways you could go with this. They either all say they do a remake of Apollo 13 and they have some sort of catastrophic failure and all our exterior cameras went down, but we're still going to come back to Earth, and it's like all of a sudden people start holding hands and playing guitars, get them back home, that sort of thing, or they just blow up on the pad. Plain simple, and go the other way and make it. But I would think the drama of an Apollo 13 thing would get better ratings, so that's what I would go with. I just can't believe they're going to try it.
Apparently, the technology is so new that it'll be used by the expensive tourists before even NASA gets to try this new. Oh my God.
And by the way, the SpaceX mission completely contradicts the Orion trial by fire video. They were trying trial by fire video, which we've been peddling for a year, which says that, the American military space program that wants to go to Mars is not going to send up manned capsules in the beginning because they can't figure out how to get past the Van Allen belts. Okay, one, you already solved the Van Allen belt problem, but now you got SpaceX saying that they're going to do it. They're going to blow right by it and do everything. And they're not even going to test it. They're not going to. They're doing a booster. What was it? The Falcon heavy rocket. That's untested. The capsule that they're going to use is completely untested. Don't know the name of the pilots. Don't know the name of the tourists. And this is all going to do. We're going to do this in one shot, flawless. Oh yeah, I totally get on that rocket. Yeah, this thing's doomed to failure in one way or the other. I just can't believe that they're even going to. I keep thinking they're going to kick the can down the road, but who knows? Maybe they're waiting for more social media results to come in. Not sure yet. So,
well, if you don't mind, Mark, back to the idea when you were talking about the ancient monuments. I mean, like you said, you've been to the pyramids.
Yeah.
I haven't been that lucky, but I've talked to some people who have, and they definitely said when you're there, there's no doubt you're in the presence of something that is not of this earth.
When you're there, because most of the television and the still shots are deceptive, because what you don't know is that Cairo is literally backed right up to the edge of those things. Mm-hmm. And you have to go through Cairo. You fly into whatever airport, but eventually you have to go through Cairo to get there. And it's not like the Indiana Jones Cairo or anything like that. No, this is but you realize, I mean, it's a third world country. Let's call it what it is. And you realize once you're there, once you see the logistics of this thing, and you remember the cover, the cap, the marble, the white marble cover of this thing, or the three, they're not there anymore. Those are gone. And of course, one of the great mysteries of all time, the missing capstones, whatever those things were made out of, those are gone, long gone. Nobody's even laid claim to them. And one, he's like, okay, how'd you get them off there in the first place? You just literally just knock them and slide them down and then cart them off. But because they were not small. And when you're looking at it and you look at the size of the blocks and you're just looking up at this thing and you realize that in 30, because they don't have any hieroglyphs that explain how they built it. Not a single one. And they wouldn't. But at the same time, that's what mankind does. Look, people take credit for other people's work. It happens all the time. We've got famous court cases by it. So let's say you were a pharaoh 5,000 years ago. And you're doing an expedition, you're doing a scouting mission, you run into these pyramids and you realize there's no one around. It's like, dude, we are totally owning these things. I own this. I'm going to copyright this and it's subsidiary rights. That's it. And then once you get the population there, it takes what, one generation, and you say, oh yeah, we built these, and it's like, wow, the pharaohs.
That's what Walt's been talking about that with his new land. That's just what you were saying, Walt, there earlier about fooling the people and having this sacred knowledge.
I can't take credit. This is Dave and Sherry's theory, but it ties into what I've been working with. I've just been working with it backwards. I come from a lot of. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no! So if you find something big enough and there's no one there to contradict it, there's no one there. Look, why not? And people do it all the time. You find something on the side of the road, I'm totally taking it. If it'd be,
Mark.
if you found a collection of. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Mark. Was it not you who interviewed Sophia Smallstrom and was talking about the sun moving away from the North Pole and creating these rings and that sort of thing? Was that you?
I think that was DITRH.
Right. Okay.
I know it's okay. I mean, but I think I was on a panel with her once, maybe. But I did not interview her.
We watch a lot.
That's what Walt. Yeah, we do watch a lot. Yeah, that's what Walt was talking about. We were talking about earlier. I don't know if you wanted to go over that, Walt.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the theory. Okay, I know you've seen the maps because you use them on your show. The ringed maps showing the area outside of Antarctica with land masses and different suns.
Oh, the 1,000-year-old Japanese map.
Right, or that newer one that no one can vet, that blue map that kind of ties in. You know the one I'm talking about? So it's very similar, but it shows another ring with another sun and another moon and dark moon.
Sure.
So that idea and the whole outer ring idea, I've been trying to tie into my years of ET research, trying to say, okay, well, maybe that's where these, quote, ETs came from. They're not from outer space. There is no outer space. So they came from this outer ring that has more knowledge, more technology. They came back. They were the gods. They were the ones who taught us technology and agriculture and all the historical things we have records of.
Right.
So that would tie into this whole, they came back and helped us create these things, and then the next crew coming through with this next 28,000 year cycle finds these ancient monuments, and of course the pharaoh is going to say, oh, I did this, put my name on it, carve it right there.
You're absolutely right. There was something that I came up with years ago before I did Flat Earth, which was something I fondly called the Basement Club. And here's a version of it which kind of relates to us and show you how easy it is to create gods. And I'm not making fun of God or anything. I'm just saying how it's easy to have people, look at other civilizations with wonder. Let's say there was some weird catastrophe in our world. Let's say it was biological, right? And we know full well that there'd be members of our military that would survive. We'll just take the Cheyenne Mountain group alone. Because some people would they'd lock down Cheyenne Mountain, the world would die because of some weird plague. But there'd still be survivors, pockets of survivors here and there. You want to call it like postman or road warrior type people or whatever out there. But the thing is that during that survival mode, things get lost very, very quickly. Education gets thrown out the window. It's just a survival situation. You got basic language, maybe a little history, doubtful though, maybe farming, whatever it is, it's usually survival techniques. It's day to day out there, right? Meanwhile, Cheyenne Mountain people, they're doing their thing. They've got full-blown civilization, all their tech. Well, within 2 generations, you've lost basically all your history. And that's 2 generations. If it's 25 years a generation, you've lost pretty much everything. So let's say 50, 70 years later, when even the earliest people that remembered tech are gone, however you want to, however many years you want to take that, and the Cheyenne Mountain opens up, and all of a sudden you got helicopters coming out of that thing, right? And planes and whatever else you got. To the people that survived out in the wasteland, what would they be? They would be so foreign. Myths and legends would pop up. Yeah, they would be. There's akin to gods. So what you were saying there, ETs, no, not a chance. I have thought for a long time now that they were just older versions or different versions of us. That they were part of the old guard, and that is when especially if you got the unified field engine going. If you had the ability, people that don't know what a unified field engine is, it's that mythical thing that Einstein wouldn't give away, which was the formula was solved between the gravitational waves and electromagnetic waves. And if you had a decent power source, that you could basically create a unified field that could basically replace all vehicles. And if it sounds familiar, well, that's what a UFO would run on, 0 to 5,000 miles an hour in no seconds, no G-forces at all, blah, blah, blah. But the point is that all these craft that are flying around seem to have advanced tech, but all this advanced tech it's what we've always wanted in our future. It's the Jetson cars thing. But unfortunately, if you get that, you would find out where we were almost overnight, because you would be able to probe the very boundaries of everything.
That's why they can never show that part of it. Just like they can't show the fourth wall, because the game's over then. And they know it doesn't take a lot of us, because we are so out of touch with reality and so confused as to the rules of the game that they know, because they're playing by the rules that made them, that we wouldn't know what to do with it if even he had an opportunity right now. That's
At the same time, though, I do believe, and this you've heard me say this probably, where I do believe that this thing was never going to be hidden forever, and they knew that. When they figured it out, finally confirmed it in the 50s, they said, okay, let's hold on to this thing for as long as possible. But eventually, it turns into a situation kind of like, again, you're trying to hide something from your roommates, like a pack of cigarettes. You can move that thing around every once in a while, but sooner or later your roommates are going to find it. And that's the same thing with the flat Earth. You can hide this thing. You can stunt technology in certain areas, but eventually, especially with the high tech stuff we've got with the internet and computers, we don't have flying cars, but we put computers in just about everything else. Eventually, that was going to help us, and especially with social media, now everybody's comparing notes, and now it's spreading really, really fast. And I think there is a secondary plan to deal with that. I'm hoping it's not the bad tragedy ending plan. I'm hoping it's more of a happy plan. But, the odds say it's not. Because, again, if you knew you weren't going to be able to hide this thing forever, eventually you would need something like high-speed internet so you could data mine to figure out how close the population was getting to discovery.
I mean, this brings us back to what we were discussing earlier, Mark, about how appallingly bad NASA has been recently in its, convincing us that it's actually in space and all this sort of thing, and sort of leads on to where we were discussing earlier about, Bill Nye, the wrong guy as far as I'm concerned. I mean, this guy would have worked back in the 50s with his spinning bow tie and his sort of, glass of milk at lunchtime appearance. But I mean, these days, they're not ignorant to PR. And they're putting forward Neil the Ass and Bill Nye, and chronic NASA crap. What's going on?
You're right. It seems at first you again, the average person. All right, think of it this way: everybody in this room right now is a step above the mouth-breathing troglodyte public. But you still have to, for any joke, you guys know this. You've got to get it to the lowest common denominator, and to do that, you've got to make it obvious. So to us, yes, the production values of what NASA's been putting out over the last a while now have been horrible. Even your worst directors in Hollywood wouldn't be caught dead using some of the techniques these guys are using. But you have to.
So, are you implying gross incompetence or white knights?
What's the white knight one?
Well, as in those that are, as in those that are working in the background, double agents
as in
that are
white
trained.
knights.
No. I'm saying that they want. I'm saying that they want to get caught, but you can't admit it. You can't do. I've been thinking of different ways of trying to release this, and what they're doing, because you got to remember, they hire some very, very talented people. but these talented people can't just, you can't be overt about it. You can't just pick the most simplistic thing and say, okay, we're just going to have the UN release it and, you know, do something that way. You've got to get the public suspicious. You've got to get them looking in the right places to get their mind open to it beforehand. And doing, again, it really bugged me, especially with the first thing that really bugged me about NASA recently was the whole hairspray thing. Because any director, I don't care how good they are. I mean, I don't care how bad they are, whose cousin they are. The hairspray thing was so blatant that it's like, look, you cut their hair, or you put it in, you tie it back, or you put a hat on them. You never would put their hair straight up unless you're trying to, because even the lowest common denominator may not get it, but people just a notch above that are going to get it.
That's it.
Everybody in the conspiracy world.
Okay, so let me just, because I'm
Go ahead.
trying to understand motivation here. So you're saying they're consciously
Hey guys, I'll
trying
just
to
jump in
commit
for a
suicide.
second. User offline on the audio, eh?
I was just about to tell you, it looks like Josh had a little problem with his system. It looks like he's getting it back up right now, though.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Sorry. Go ahead with whatever.
Yeah. So sorry. So I was asking. So are you saying that it's a conscious attempt at suicide, or and if it is, what's the motivation for them wanting to do so? As in, obviously, we see the sacrificial pawns in the paedophilia gates that we see low-level people sacrifice for. What's the purpose of this sacrifice for the elite, if you see what I mean?
It's not a sacrifice if you have an out. So, because I believe me, I've been racking my brain on this one for a while, and that is, you've got to give them an out. So, yeah, if the production stuff is bad enough, eventually the right people start asking questions, and then, yeah, you may have someone step forward eventually, but before and apologize. But you don't want to do that. You can't do that without an out, because if NASA admitted anything, the class action lawsuit that would follow would be monstrous. It would be almost unsurvivable. So at that point, you've got to have something bigger kick in. And I don't want to delve into the weird, the Twilight Zone-y type stuff. But if, for example, NASA did admit to them faking it, but a higher power stepped in, let's say an older civilization or somebody that knew, and said, yeah, we did it for your own good. That's the big thing. That's the out, and that is, we did it for your own good. Either we were ordered to do it by, we found something, an old civilization that said, do not tell your population what the heck's going on, or, we knew, or we had a glimpse into the future.
We're protecting you.
Okay,
exactly.
And
so you're saying,
what we spend the money on, really?
Yeah.
So you're saying they're accelerating the end game to begin the next phase, is what you're saying. But basically, the sheep are so dumb that even when they show us this, that it's not waking them up.
No, it's not. The average person on the street, they've dumbed everything down so well that now it's like, crap. Now we've got to, because eventually you've got to work, like any plot line, you've got to work into Act 3. You've got to get there. You've got to get to whatever your final goal is. Now, I'm not saying that a side effect of releasing the flat Earth is that we automatically go into a new world order, but it sounds very similar to that in a way, because people are saying, oh, the new world order, we'll fight it, we'll do this and that. It's like, yeah, but if all of a sudden you find out that everyone's part of the same community, isn't that kind of a new world order just by default? And so now, is there something else bigger to it? Yeah, I do think there is. There's two really distinct ways this could go in moving forward, and I really don't. I could do a different coin toss every day on it, because I'm just not sure which way it goes. It really comes down to who's ever at the tippy top of power, which is, do you cull the population and turn it into some tragic ending? Because nowadays we're set up. So all you have to do is shut down the food distribution lines, and then it comes into what was that movie with Tom Cruise where he was cloned? That whole thing where literally once the food distribution lines were shut down, that was it. People, we aren't a farming society anymore. Or the other one, which is that whoever comes and shows us what it is, and shows the world what it really is, says, look, there's a potential for a new golden age. And this is not me singing Kumbaya or anything like that. I'm just saying, look, I don't like to go down into the dark path if I don't have to. But there is that chance. And that is, people say, look, you're all part of the same community and wars are going to end now. And we're just going to work for the betterment of whatever it is. But there's going to be at that point, there's going to have to be a higher power that would step in, something that we haven't seen yet. And let's face it, whatever golden egg spaceship, and I'm not even calling it spaceship, ship, whatever lands on whatever continent, I don't care where it is, or where it is, whoever shows up there, there's going to be a lot of religious overtones to it. Despite what Neil deGrasse Tyson could sit next to the guy that comes out of this golden ship, and there's still most of the community out there. Remember, 8 out of 10 people still fall into one of the major 5 religions. The religions are still going to point to the divine, and science is going to be hard pressed to tell them otherwise. So it's again, the ending's really open ended right now. But that's what they seem to be doing. They're accelerating it to whatever it is because the public just isn't getting it anymore. They figured out a way to fool them so completely that now it's like they have to reverse their own work, and to do it, they actually have to muck up stuff. They have to make the NASA stuff, finally detectable, because they could have fooled. Kind of like, okay, not to go off on a little more of a rant because I know you guys don't want to hear me talk all the time, which is the Truman Show argument, which I've thrown into people. Like, you got to remember, the only reason the Truman Show movie even happened was because, remember, he had already made it to whatever it was, age 32, something like that, in the movie, with no problems at all. He was totally fine with it. It wasn't until there were production mistakes that he even detected he was not in the real world, that he was actually in a simulated environment. And without those production mistakes,
falling out of the sky.
Sirius falling out of the sky, and little, the elevator thing opening up. Production mistakes that would never have happened, even if they would have. I mean, there was too much money in that program. But hadn't those production mistakes happened, he would have lived to old age, had his kid, and then there would have been the kid and the whole thing. And let me throw one more out at you, which is the kids from the village, which I really didn't touch on in the clues that much, which was the M. Night Shyamalan movie. Once the elders died, and when the elders were the only people that knew what was going on there, because all you had to do was create the environment, set up the border, said that nobody can go past that border. Once the elders died, nobody knows. And that place could have gone on for a long time.
Then it just comes down to size, like you said in the clues. The bigger the bigger the box, the longer the
bigger the box,
the bigger the marks, the take.
And in this place, it was perfect because it was so big that you didn't need actors, and it was fascinating to see the evolution.
So that's a good link then, mate, to a question that I know I've been asked to ask you again.
Yeah.
In terms of what's your perspective on reality, which I know is a big question and a big ask, and if somebody asked me that, I'd say I don't freaking know. You know what I mean? Well, okay, that would be my answer to that.
I won't give you my cop-out answer for this and say that I try only to live one world at a time, but I will use the line from The Truman Show, which is, we accept the world which is presented to us, and not just by other people within this reality, but reality itself. We don't know any better. We can only what really kind of what people should start thinking about, though, is things like the double slit experiment, because that all of a sudden puts a whole other take on where you are.
Well, I think that was the point. Do you think that we're... I mean, I know you're coming from a gamer standpoint and an IT standpoint. Were you a designer or a gamer? Or
I was a lot of both.
Right.
I helped with just about every aspect of the games. And so I knew full well why you did things. And I know even today, look, even the best games now, with the exception of a very, very small handful, they're all created on a flat world. a perfectly flat world.
They have to be, though.
They have to
if you
be.
understand it. I mean, what company did you work for, by the way? Because I was in video game, big like software distribution for years, back when Beamscope was first formed. And
How
whatnot.
many years ago? Quite a few.
About 15, 20 years ago, yeah.
Okay, I was working for a small production house outside of Boulder, in Boulder, Colorado, called
Yep.
Star. If you know it, well, I mean, the Star Play, we were allied with Bungie. I
Yep.
mean, I knew the Bungie guys back in the day.
What
before
was your big release? Bungie was big back then.
No, they weren't that big. They'd only made Mac games back in the day. Their first games before they made Halo.
I'm thinking
that little
Halo,
game.
sorry, yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Before that, they made a game for the Macintosh called Marathon. That's where they cut their teeth.
Yep.
And so we allied with them. But there weren't that many people that were doing out there. We made stuff like pinball games and little side-scrolling shooters and a bowling game called Alley 19. But the point is that even games back then, you designed stuff on a perfectly flat plane because it was easier. It was easy. The programming. Why would you build anything on a curve? Nobody's ever gonna use it on a curve. Nobody cares.
But that was it, Mark. That's what I was going to say. Is from a gamer standpoint, I've been waiting to say that for ages. But sorry.
That's all right.
You would know, or can you tell us? Are there bugs built into every game platform that gamer designers deliberately build in so that they can go to these places and on the game and crash the whole thing or set it all on fire or do something different?
Nothing like that. I mean, there are bugs in every system. I can tell you that. I mean, even all the way up to the latest release of whatever it is, there's still stuff that isn't fixed. I don't care how much.
Not necessarily bugs, but you remember IDDQD or IDD,
like exploits where you can use them. Somebody can come in and mess things up.
And if we're living in a computer simulation, as some people have put forward. Are there some people that know the IDDQD?
Can I ask you to clarify what? Because just probably for me and listeners, like you're obviously alluding to your perspective being influenced by this. What is that you're alluding to with a bit more clarity other than you'd build it flat?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, yes, Mark.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's okay. What I'm saying is that before we had computers, even then we were talking about other realities and what this reality was built on. And it's almost like computers, because now it's become easier for us to create simulated realities, and then of course do movies on it, like the 13th Floor and The Matrix and so on, that it cheapens it. And I don't think that should be the case. And I know I get crap for saying, from a gamer's standpoint, but that's because, look, I grew up with this stuff and I learned a lot about it. So I can see the similarities. I can see why things are, the way they are. But at the same time, I don't want to necessarily say because of course we try to relate it in our terms. So I'm not going to say necessarily it's computer simulation, because what we call computers and what other civilizations call computers, I'm sure, are miles apart.
Yeah.
Now, do I think that our reality itself is? Because there's been some. In fact, Jaron was the one that was asking me this. He goes, why? He goes, don't you think that the world is fully formed out by itself, meaning it's already completely rendered and the world is actually here? In its entirety, in its totality, whether it's round or flat, is it always here? I go, well, the double slit experiment does tend to put that into question, because the double slit experiment says that unless there's a human being in the area, that area isn't built. It's only there as a concept. It's only there in math.
Well, it's
meaning
like the,
it's only
tree falling in the forest. And
but
I would challenge: has anyone here actually done the double slit experiment? Because I haven't.
Well, no, but does that mean you don't believe in the double slit experiment? Because I don't think because science isn't exactly embracing it either. Science is
No, I don't believe in it because I don't want. I've had a lifetime of belief and trust and faith in bullshit. So no, unless I see it for myself, and that's not to say I don't have a doubt or that it is true or it's not true. I'm just saying I haven't seen it, so I can't base a lot on the double slit experiment. Sorry, Adam.
I would just add to what Jaren's asking you there, because I understand both. It only relates to the observer's interpretation of the light at that time.
I will answer it the way I answered to Jaren, which was, I said, look, if you want it to be fully rendered, fine. It can be fully rendered. But it doesn't, all I'm saying is it doesn't have to be fully rendered. And if you don't want to take the double slit experiment to it, fine. I can tell you from an absolute fact that in the simulation world, that's what programmers do, not necessarily to cut corners, but it's conservation of resources, meaning don't use up precious power, computing power on an area if there's no one there to, it's kind of like building an amusement park in a city that doesn't have any people in it.
I think the thing that gets me is that whether it's true or not, whether we're just living in a little bubble that manifests itself until we walk into another bubble. Whether that's true or not, there is no way of proving it because you can't be there and see it without being there and seeing it.
That's what the double slit experiment actually proves. There's no way of proving it because as soon as you try to prove it, you affect it.
Yeah, the extension of that and the reason why, I mean, it's not something I focus on too much, is the solar system argument, because a lot of people in science will say, or even people that are just flat Earth curious, will come in and say, well, what about the solar system? Isn't the solar system there? And I go, it doesn't have to be there, because unless you're going there, unless somebody's actually going out into the solar system, then you don't have to build. And say, well, NASA's out there. I'm going, yeah, but they're the only guys that say they're out there. So all they have to do is lie, and then there maybe is nothing out there.
Can I go a bit deeper then on that?
Sure.
So if we talk about the solar system or objects that are multiply observed, at that point of multiple observation, are you saying there's an individual rendering for the observer, which is independently generated, as you would? I don't know how a multiplayer platform game works.
I was about to say, you're pretty quick on the uptake. Have you ever done software development?
No, I'm a chemist.
That's awesome. No, you've already got it. Basically, that is exactly what we're talking about. In software, you're talking about the realization of an object, which is called instancing. And when we learned how to do that in software, it changed everything from the entertainment standpoint, because that meant that what a person saw, what the individual saw when they were looking up at things or looking just anywhere. You look at the side of a building. I could see a green, it was painted green. And my friend next to me, literally standing next to me in the simulation, says, no, it's blue. And both of us are absolutely right, because that's it, because the instancing can be tailored to the individual. It can be tailored to anything. It can be tailored to a region, it can be tailored to a time of day, it can be tailored to anything.
Okay, so what I'm asking then is that tailoring generated from one specific initial point, or is each tailoring generated in its entirety for the individual observer?
Jesus, you should have gone into development, man. You've totally got the mindset for it. You're totally grasping it. But both. It really depends how you want to do it. You can do it. I mean, back in the day, it started out just you walked into a room and the room generated the preferences. But now we've realized that we can do it anytime we want. Yeah, it just takes more coding, but you can do it to anything. So what you're asking, it can be done both and simultaneously in the same game. But I don't want to trivialize the world too much by trying to break it down. Again, this is how things happen, where we've made it into. If you think about it too much in our terms, in terms of computers, it's like, no, we can't build a world in the computer that you're talking to me on. But if the machine was bigger, it just comes down to I don't want to put too much religious side into this, but the tools of whoever it was that built this place.
This
You know,
sort of
what-
brings me back to the point I was trying to make of, you know, although we can't be in two places at once and see whether the cat is alive and dead or whether it's a particle or whatever.
A wave, yeah.
Yeah. Then I would just be interested to sort of ponder whether there is a way of hacking the program if it is a program.
Now you're talking about the forbidden topic, which is the cheat codes. When I was doing the software thing, and every developer out there that does game stuff knows what these are, which is, in fact, they don't even really give them out anymore. It used to be they give them out, but nowadays the games make too much money and they're never going to allow that.
Really?
But oh no, but cheat codes are something that the developers would use, the backdoor stuff. So type in whatever it is, and you immediately go here, or you become invincible, or you whatever it is. And there's been some people have kind of speculated in different science fiction things that magic is true magic, and something we haven't seen yet, are the cheat codes of the world. And there's a reason why you don't give those out. And I'll give you an example. I had a friend who was what I considered probably one of the finest gamers, physical gamers in the world. He won tournaments. He was very, very good at what he did. And even he, with his skills, he would always ask for the cheat codes. And he was really kind of a Loki type character anyway. Mm-hmm. And you knew full well that if he had, you could see him, because he didn't like just playing the games. He liked torturing people that were in the games. And I don't mean hooking them up to a rack or anything, but the psychological equivalent of it, where he would just torment them and just make them wish, he tormented them basically till they quit. Because he just that was how he got his kicks, and that was without the cheat codes. He could do this. That was the type of guy. The reason why eventually cheat codes were just pretty much banned.
Well, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? With with the old adage or the old story that we come across. You meet the devil on the crossroads with your guitar, and you sell your soul, you sign the contract, and he gives you the cheat code.
Well, okay. If you're going to go down that road, let me throw a thought experiment at you, which is there was something that I had come up with again a while back, because I always like looking for stuff, and I like to look for the stuff that's missing, kind of like Max Malone. He was really good at that, and I thought of something that's like, the only thing that's never been hoaxed that I've never seen. I mean, you remember whether it's real or not, we've seen this group, we've seen the gamut, right? UFOs and Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster and stuff like that. The occasional vampire or zombies, just about anything you can think of. But there's one thing that's really been missing over all these years. Some things nobody's ever hoaxed, and that was someone that actually used the cheat code, and I mean turned into some sort of superhero. Because that's really all a cheat code. That's the first thing anyone, especially a guy, that's what they do. Like, totally, dude, super strength and flying, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I mean, you fully ammo yourself up. You get all the money, you get all the lives. So yeah. But
the thing is, we never see that. No,
how
the
do
money.
You know we haven't seen that through history? How do you know that hasn't been the legends and the?
Well, that's it.
But some of those are the
greats, and these people that come into, or the Rothschilds or something, that come into money galore overnight, or
There's the money cheat code.
Sure. I mean, the only magical. I mean, look, everyone's been looking for the magical items for a long time. People can make fun of the fantasy world, but Lord of the Rings was not just a movie. It was about the real. It was a real ring.
Wears that ring, and that it's King Solomon's ring.
Yeah, the Signet of Solomon.
Well, you were talking about the movies. I mean, there's the Matrix there, with the guys saying, I want to come back. I want to be famous. I don't want to remember any of this, and I want to eat the steak. I want to taste the steak.
Yeah.
So he's got the steak. Cheat code and the money cheat code, the famous cheat code. There you go. But
the overall cheat codes have, from what I can tell, have never been used. because we've never seen anyone with especially recently.
Well, that
I mean,
would
yeah,
be
you
like
can
a
have
Titan cheat code or something, wouldn't
there
it?
you
know?
go. There you go. Something that's really ridiculous. Something super overt. Look, we've never
Superman.
seen somebody. Yeah, exactly. We've never seen Superman flying through the sky. We've never seen somebody reduce a building to rubble with her eyes. We've never seen anything like that. And I think that I think that's part of the rules that this place is tied to. No different than I'll throw you more of a real worldy example if I can segue into it, and that is the greatest UFO sighting of all time, which wasn't Roswell or Aurora or anything in Germany. Well, it was in Germany, which was the 1561 Nuremberg event, where the morning of beautiful spring morning, cloudless day, two giant armadas just start duking it out over Nuremberg, Germany, and for a full hour, to where the sketch artists came out and drew the whole thing in great detail and ate their toast and Schnitzengluben, and it was a real great time. And then after an hour, a third faction showed up in a giant black ship. You guys can look this up. The woodcut is brilliant.
It is.
And the giant singular black ship shows up. The other two scatter, and then it hovers for a little while, and then it leaves. And it raised, in fact, even Ancient Aliens talked about it. At least they cut out the black ship part, which was really interesting. That's because it raises too many questions. And you're saying, okay, where are you going with this? Where I'm going with this is there's protocols in place, apparently. And that is, whoever those first two factions were not supposed to be there. The prime directive, I think, is still in effect, regardless whether you think they're ETs or an older civilization. Meaning, and whoever this black ship was, they were the people that were to enforce it. Now, I don't know what sort of response time an hour is. I don't think it's very good. Were they the UN? Were they the cops? Was this like a local feud? We don't know. But there are protocols in effect, meaning don't do anything major over a big city like that, because you will invariably alter the population if you get too close. Again, the prime directive thing that they used at the beginning of that second Star Trek movie recently, where you did not want your ship being seen, because as soon as they saw it, they threw away their old religion, just burned it. And the new religion was the Star Trek ship. And it's what I'm saying is the protocols that are in effect there, I think there's a whole bunch of rules to this place which are very tightly controlled. And the cheat codes is one of them. The protocols are another one. And of course, the big one is that you want the population to be naturally, I don't want to use the word evolving, but they want they to act naturally. You don't want them to be influenced by an outside source. You want to see what they can do on their own. The novelty of the civilization is very, very important, apparently, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's my rant.
Well, did you want to jump in there, or Josh, or James?
I was going to say, to an extent, that seems to be true, but we still have all these, and I mean, I have to go back to ancient texts, because we're looking at this ancient cosmology now and thinking it's our current cosmology. So if that's valid in ancient texts, then some of these other stories have to be valid. And continuously, primitive cultures are visited by an advanced being. Your Quetzalcoatl, your pick one.
Oh, no, you're
come
right.
back with agriculture, with writing, with the Sumerians, with their the Anunnaki came and gave us all this wonderful,
exactly, and
I think a lot of it's propaganda, but I also think there's a lot of it that's true.
I think you're right, and you got to remember that shortly, sometime after that, then comes the gap in history.
The gaps, the dark ages.
The gaps. It's like, okay, what happened after that? Like the big thing with the Mahabharata down in India. The pretty blue people that were apparently there weren't just one of them. There was a whole bunch of them, and they were duking it out in flying cities. And then history goes dark for a while, and then another thing comes in. So yeah, I do. Now I do. To that point, yes, I do think eventually that something along those lines shows up. We haven't seen it in our civilization yet. Maybe that's the big reveal, because up until now, the Anunnaki came to one, the blue people came to the other, and who knows who went to the ancient the Native Americans, the Aborigine tribes in Australia talk about it.
The trouble I see with these these dark ages is that actually they tend to represent a shortening of history rather than an elongation. They tend to be periods of time where this corresponding historical facts, history in other areas, but nothing there. And instead of chunking together similar histories, they add histories from different parts of the world, particularly around Europe, to elongate the history. I think the Mahabharata stuff is kind of a symbol, the blueness, isn't it, of an absorption of sin. That they're good, and I think the blue. I don't think they're literally blue. I think it's a symbolic thing of goodness. I think. I remember watching the Mahabharata as a student on TV, on late night TV, John. I don't know if you ever remember it being on. But,
more than likely, I watched it in black and white, hidden in my cupboard when I was 2 in the morning or whatever.
Amazing historical stuff in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Amazing hints and clues and stuff. There you go, Mark. There's a plug.
Well, I was going to bring it on to, well, not clues, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention one thing that numerous things that Mark has put in front of me, and the main one being the subject matter testimonies that you did, and this is completely changing the tack. I know we've been conjecturing for a while, but this is something we can bring down to empirical, verifiable, repeatable sort of data. And I was wondering, I mean, I've got my favourite, but I was wondering what was one of your favourites of your subject matter testimony people, or if you could run us
I'm
through.
sorry. By the way, I
were.
just missed the last 45 seconds. I dropped off.
Right. I'll run it quickly.
In the call here.
I loved your subject. I loved your subject matter testimonies. And I've got my favourite.
Oh, okay.
I was wondering which one was your favourite, as it's. I'm just sort of trying to hoik it back to being empirical.
Oh no, that's good. My favorite would have been the surveyor, the planer surveyor that had been in 30-something years.
Yeah.
Because what he was talking about, he was just a good old boy, from back east, and it was a realization. He had retired, but he had done surveying for a whole bunch of time, and again, it shows you the conditioning and how he missed it all. Where he said, he goes, there's only 2 types of surveyors in the world, 95% of which are planer surveyors, and they treat the world literally every one of their projects like it's perfectly flat. And then there are geodetic surveyors, which they don't even work on stuff that's smaller than like 250 square miles.
Yeah. Did you drop off there? Or did I? Oh, I don't know.
And he goes,
I think you're back.
He's back.
Was I out?
Yeah, I think you dropped off there for a little while. But yeah, the interesting thing about that interview is he was saying, he was building car parks and stuff that were, quarter of a mile long, and he'd put it next to another planar surveyor's designs, and they would literally butt up against each other. There was no curvature ever talked about. It's only when you get to geodesic surveyors that they start bringing this nonsense in. But yeah, that was a great interview, and he came across as a real honest, like you said, a homeboy.
He was amazing. Where I can't sell his testimony short. But whereas, if you think of it as just a square cracker, you have to surround yourself with 8 other crackers. North, south, east, west, northwest, southeast, and so on, until you've got squares all around you, and all those squares have to match up perfectly. in elevation. And he goes, not only did I never see anyone not brought up perfectly, but he goes, we never even talked about it. We never even joked about it. And these guys were drinkers. These guys would party all the time.
Yeah.
And it was something that they would tell the senior members, because when he was younger, he asked the senior members, like, hey, don't we ever have to deal with curvature? And they said, yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Right? And it wasn't, they weren't saying that like it wasn't a figure of speech. It was literally, you don't have to worry about it because it's never going to come up.
We
And
hear
he
it
goes-
all the time. Sorry, Karen.
Oh, well, I mean, he goes, you're working on projects in a city that's 15, 20 miles long. Sooner or later, someone's going to make a mistake, and their project is not going to line up with the other guy's project. And he goes, it's never, ever happened. And he goes, statistically, that's impossible. Someone is going to make a mistake. These are not precision scientists. These guys are going to make mistakes, but they don't have to. They don't have to worry about it because it's auto-correcting and because it's perfectly flat in everything that they ever did. And it was fascinating to watch. Of course, he was just one of them. The first one, of course, was probably the most groundbreaking, Sean McCrary, because he hit so many.
That's what I was going to put. I was going to say that was my favourite, was Sean McCrary, and he's the one who I have to thank for turning me on to gyroscopes.
Yeah, exactly. He broke down the whole thing and he covered it on multiple facets, which was not only is the world flat, but it doesn't spin. The maps are wrong. And every weapon system we use don't take into account any of these things.
I mean, can you give us a brief rundown of Sean McCrary, because you became quite good friends, didn't you?
Not great friends, but we did talk quite a few times. Sean, what he was trying, only later did I figure out that, like, look, he was going to get out of the Navy eventually anyway. He was tired of it, and he was a clever guy because he had insurance in this case, so he could talk about flat Earth. Remember, he was currently in. He'd been an instructor for 10 years. So if they threw him out, they tried to give him a Section 8, which is like an insanity discharge.
Right.
Well, that's a book deal right there. It's like a guy that was thrown out of the Navy for believing in flat Earth. That's brilliant. But they didn't.
That's Colonel Klinger, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Klinger from MASH, who was always trying to get out of Section 8. So he was just baiting them in that regard. But at the same time, all his testimony opened up the floodgates for everybody else. But he was a missile trainer on the Iwo Jima, if I'm not mistaken. And what he did was they were firing the Sea Sparrow missile system, which used a light the target setup, which means you take a beam radar and a really powerful one. You fire it off of the ship. You go ship to ship, and it paints the target with a beam radar, and it generates a frequency. Then you launch the missile, and the missile keeps looking for where that frequency is. And as long as you're painting the target, that missile will find the target. And
that's
it works
line
up
of
to,
sight, isn't it?
That's line of sight beam radar. It's not like you're bouncing off the stratosphere. It's not like the missile is auto targeting. The missile absolutely needs this beam radar, and it's line of sight. And you're going out at 50 nautical miles, but 60 land miles.
Yeah.
And you're going ship to ship. And he says, look, there's no way, 60 miles. He goes, that radar cannot, or the beam radar cannot go over the curve like that. That's not how it works. Yeah. It's going to light up the target, and without it, the missile system absolutely will not work. He goes, in addition, we don't take while we're painting the target and firing the missile, we don't even take the Coriolis effect, the spinning of the Earth. We don't take that into account in the firing solution. And he goes, at night with the long-range infrared, not the night vision stuff that we're using, but the infrared stuff. He goes, we're seeing ships way beyond the horizon, 30 plus miles out at sea. And he goes, look, infrared doesn't lie. He goes, you can say what you want about a mirage, but a mirage doesn't give off a heat signature.
I mean, his testimony was absolutely groundbreaking to me. I think we'll put a link in the description for it. But
cool.
What do you mean? He's left the Navy now?
Yeah. He's out now. He'd been in 10 years, and he wasn't career. There's not that many guys that go career. It's just how many years you in for one term, you in for 2 terms. Since he was an instructor, he got quite a bit of props, and so I think he got what he wanted out of the military. He got a certain skill set. Some people go in just to get a skill set, and then they go in the private sector afterwards.
So he didn't. But it was nothing to do with flat Earth.
No.
Okay.
Nope. No. Are you kidding? Had he gotten nailed for flat Earth, I totally would have heard about it, because it would have been a great story.
Yeah, right.
Which is because at that point you've got to prove he's insane. And it's like, how are you going to do that? Is he clinically insane just because he believes in flat Earth? Because it's not like he thinks he's Napoleon, or that he lives in 3 different dimensions simultaneously or something like that. He just believes in flat Earth, and then he could reference a whole bunch of material. Oh, that is something, a can of worms they wouldn't want to have open.
No, I totally agree. Totally agree. Once he got into it, then the floodgates opened, because there's so many people. There's like, well. And he gave it his real name. We gave him every chance to be anonymous, and he wouldn't do it. He's brave.
Said, all right, you're, and not only that, but just to confirm that he was who he was, he released 2 videos, which I mirrored on my site. One of it was him in a military helicopter flying to the Iwo Jima, and the other one, which I'm really amazed he didn't get in trouble for, was him in the Sparrow training room.
Yeah, right.
The training room, writing my name down and flat Earth using a wax marker on a napkin, without saying a word. And it's like, oh boy.
Well, kudos to him. Are you still in touch with him?
Yeah.
Good,
I mean, we message every once in a while.
Yeah. No, I think he was a great one. And I'll ask you one more question, and then I'll yield the floor to anyone else. The conference coming up. You're part of this Flat Earth International Flat Earth Conference.
Yes, the Flat Earth International Conference, which is coming up in the fall of this year in Raleigh, North Carolina, USA.
And are you talking?
I will be the keynote speaker at the first luncheon, and I am doing the last event, which is the video awards show with Patricia Steer.
And I was going to say, what are you talking on? And I'll yield the floor now. Thanks.
Okay, no, that's all right. I cannot say what I'm talking about. Well, the speech that I'm writing, I can't even write it yet, because the stuff that's been happening so far this year, I've already changed it twice.
You're going to write it the week before, aren't you?
No. I will write it probably 6 weeks before. I know I probably should wait, but I'm hoping that when I write it, something else doesn't come up. But I'm very excited that it's going to happen, and. The people that I've already said that they're coming, the enthusiasm is just building. I couldn't be more thrilled.
Is Brian Mullen going to be there?
Well, he's the co-sponsor of the conference, so along with Robbie Davidson.
But
from what I understand, yes,
pulled his YouTube.
Yeah,
channel.
I know.
What's the latest on that one?
He'll be fine. He'll be back. I'm not worried. You gotta remember, Rob Skiba yanked down his entire website at one point because he was getting.
You got Rob Skiba. I mean, Bob from Glowbusters took a sabbatical.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I can understand if people are reading their comments, they probably need a holiday.
Oh, that's what people ask me how I stay in it and do what I do. And one of the keys is, look, I cannot read comments. I can't do it. I got to be able to sleep at night.
You got to listen back to the start of this show. We were talking about exactly the same thing.
Oh yeah, it's brutal out there. The saying used to be, and I've changed it now. The saying used to be, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. No. Now it is, if you can't say something nice, you're probably in the YouTube comment section. Because there's just some horrible people out there.
That's it. If you don't want to see it, don't read it.
Don't feed the trolls. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Hey everyone. Hey Mark. Hey Mark.
Hey.
Hey Rob.
Evening, Rob.
Knock it over to you.
Yep. I've been listening to you this morning.
Actually, Rob,
this morning my time, that is.
Rob.
Yeah.
Rob, now that you're here, let's take a little break. I need to go get some coffee. And let Mark take a breather, and hopefully he can join us back again.
Are we actually taking a break?
Do what?
Coffee break.
Coffee
break.
Coffee break. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
We play.
We're going to play a nice little video that we put together and enjoy the video. It's actually very nice. You might like it.
Okay.
Do I smell?
Can
It's
you
you,
join
it's
us?
you, Rob.
Can you join us after the break, there,
Will you
Mark?
be able to stay, Mark?
I think he's gone for a break.
He
There
took
you
a
go.
break. He said.
Get the break.
Did it.
You see?
Well,
He
then
needed
let's
a
take
coffee.
break. Everybody needs to run for that. All right, we'll be right back, guys. Enjoy some gravity while we're gone. We'll be right back with you.
You've been listening to the Iron Realm Media Flat Earth Friday with Mark Sargent, creator of the Flat Earth Clues, host of Strange World, as heard on Truth Frequency Radio, tfrlive.com, truthfrequencyradio.com.
We're up pretty high, our heads are almost in the clouds, and their feet are chained to the ground with their chains of misery. They've got a hold of me, they won't let go of me.
Our mics are muted, by the way, so nobody can hear us.
Let go of me. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you, or you defy gravity. They can be cruel and mean, and a smile can be the sign they're missing out on their rainy day. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you, or you defy gravity. You defy gravity. They say we aren't strong enough. We don't have what it takes.
Well, apparently I screwed that up somehow. So we're going to continue on with the break, and I am going to replay our Gravity song in hopes that now everybody can also hear the Gravity song. So leave it to me to F things up real royally. All right. Here's Gravity. Take 2 for the break.
We're up pretty high, our heads are almost in the clouds, and their feet are chained to the ground with their chains of misery. They've got a hold of me, they won't let go of me. Let go of me. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you. While you defy gravity. Be cruel and mean, and a smile can be the sign they're missing out on their rainy day. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you. While you defy gravity. You defy gravity. They say we aren't strong enough, we don't have what it takes. I say yeah, they're wrong enough, and we'll show them someday. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Oh yeah, don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you. While you defy gravity. You defy gravity. You defy gravity. Yeah, yeah. At you, while you defy gravity.
Well, that was Gravity, but apparently we are not live. For some reason, it's offline. And I don't know why. Because I'm still streaming on my OBS. But apparently YouTube is not wanting to pick it up. Which is par for the course.
Wait, we're not live?
It says we are not live.
Really? Because I just saw on YouTube that it said you were live.
You
were recommended. In fact, let me say upload date. It says there were 25 people watching.
I don't know. Refresh my screen.
I've just had a notification saying we're live again.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm sweet.
Fixed itself. Thanks, Google.
Thanks, Google.
It auto-corrected like boxer underwear.
Right. Somebody got in there and hacked it for us.
Nice.
So, Mark, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Just real quick. Just personal curiosity.
Yeah.
After all that's been said and done, what is a normal day for you like? What time do you get up in the morning?
Pretty early, 7:30,
Nice.
roughly, and then I go over the dailies because now I've kind of gotten into a routine more than anything else, which is every day I'm doing something flat Earth, but now I've got so Mondays I'll go through dailies, maybe release a video. Tuesdays I have Strange World. Wednesdays I have Hot Potatoes. Also have to simultaneously do a promo for the Colorado people, and then I got to do a promo for the convention, the conference that's coming up. I release that on Saturdays. Do I do a mailbag show? Probably. How many interviews do I have? And so it varies as far as what I do like hour to hour, but I'm going through YouTube and the general mainstream media things constantly. And then but most of the tips I get is people say, well, have you seen this? And a lot of times I haven't, because people are way better at finding, there's people all over in different time zones that are waking up and finding cool little things. But that's what I basically do every single day. I make vids, I do interviews, I recommend stuff, and filter a whole bunch of media and see where the hell this thing's going.
Now, you did manage to scrounge up a girlfriend, did you not? Did I not hear that?
I did, although, I was.
I'm not laughing at you, Mark. I'm laughing at suddenly we have become that show. Just
No,
go. That's awesome.
it's okay. No, everybody asked. No, I met. Well, as a matter of fact, my last girlfriend I met through a flat Earth mixer, and of all things, go figure.
Really?
Oh yeah. There was a flat Earth mixer in Seattle last year, and on Earth Day, and I met some wonderful people during that flat Earth mixer, and yes, I did have a girlfriend. But that has recently run its course. So very recently. And you guys are probably the first people to really hear that. So unbelievable.
Well, there you go. We broke
So
it.
there you go. There's your exclusive. Nobody's asked recently. But,
Sorry,
Well,
Well, I'm
Mark.
sorry to hear that. I know relationships can be hard for flat earthers.
well, I will say this, and in fact, there was a video made by another flat earther who says there's a guy that said I'm never going to date a non-flat earth girl again or something like that. Where, yeah, if you're not dating a flat earther and you're a flat earther, you're going to have problems. That wasn't the case here. She was a flat earther. I mean, that's how we met. But I've run into so many people that have called or emailed that have said, yeah, I've got problems. You know, my husband and or wife won't, I shouldn't say and or, husband or wife they don't want to talk about it. It's a subject we cannot bring up at the dinner table. And because honestly, it's so far out there that the problem isn't that person, it's that person you're worried about being in a group with other people. Because like, oh, please don't let my husband bring up flat earth. Please don't let him bring up flat earth. Like, let me tell you about flat earth since I got 6 shots of vodka in me. And,
I get kicked out of the table quite regularly. Yes, sir.
yeah, and so it is an interesting thing. So no, will I date a non-flat earther? No, probably not at this point, because it's too big and it leads into too many potential issues down the road. I mean, what do you say to the person's family? What do you say at mixed gatherings or their coworkers or whatever it is? You know, until this thing blows open entirely, there's no safe ground. There's no safe harbor at the moment.
Yeah, I tend to stay quiet a lot.
Yeah,
My in-laws bait me because they know what I'm into, but they bait me and they say stuff like we had a little barbecue here last weekend. And beautiful nights. You can see every star, the southern hemisphere.
nice.
And they were sitting there. They know what I'm into, and they were sitting there baiting me and saying stuff. My wife would look at me and I'd say, "No comment." No comment. Yeah, you could just see them. They wanted to start them, but it wasn't the time. It's not at a family barbecue to for me to start sort of stuff. So I just no comment.
Nice. My family will bait me with space things. So they'll say, "Yeah, I heard a new story about the ISS, blah blah blah," and then like 3 or 4 heads will turn my way. It's like just waiting for me to But I'm savvy enough now. It was like, yeah, I'm not falling for that. You don't have to be that overt about it. But at the same time, like I gave my brother-in-law, one of my listeners, who converted, who was a big space guy. He actually had an actual bumper sticker from 1984 when John Glenn was running for president, and had it autographed on the back, and he just gave it away because what's it worth to a flat earther? Nothing. And I gave it to my brother-in-law for his birthday, and he couldn't have been more happy. He was just thrilled. And he didn't get the other side of it, though. It's like, dude, I'm giving it to you because it's not worth anything anymore. You just haven't figured that out yet.
You'll like this one too, James. They also there's a movie out recently with the I think it was the Holocaust. It's a Holocaust movie, and they were baiting me with that because they know I'm into all the. And I said to them, well, there's a lot of evidence out there that 6 million Jewish people didn't die in the Holocaust. And as soon as I mentioned that it might not have happened, even though they brought it up, you should have seen the anger in their face. They brought it up. I said, oh, I'm not like this. I'm not doing it. But they brought it up, and I just said I really haven't got an opinion either way, I suppose. But they brought it up. I gave a small opinion, and the anger in their faces when I brought up it may not have happened the way it was portrayed. It was, and that's why you got to pick your times, I suppose, with when you I guess, but
you know what I found is different with the flat Earth thing different than any other conspiracy is that no matter who, because we've all heard it. I mean, I've heard so many different arguments now that even if it's family members, even if it's people I trust or people I've known for a long, long time, their arguments, I've never wavered, not once, meaning you don't find that in really any other conspiracies because the conviction of the flat Earth community is so absolute. Yeah, I mean, you think that's, again, it shows you the power of this thing where, science gets angry and they dig in their heels and they seem about as convinced as anything, right? But so what does it take to go step up against that and still out conviction science? That's amazing to me. I love watching people do that. Just fearless. It's like, well, it doesn't matter what science article they read, what is out there. They just step up and say, you know what? It's nothing. You got nothing. And it's inspiring. I love it.
Well, this brings me on to a question I had put forward for you. After 2 years or whatever, I mean, some of us are people that go out and test things, some of us that research things, some of us that are, look into the scriptures, all this sort of stuff. Well, after 2 years now, what would be your empirical sort of evidence that you are living on a flat, stationary Earth?
That's just it. The gatekeepers have locked it down so tight that I don't know. Let me take it a different way. I don't think you're going to ever see without the biggest of all exposures, the proof of a flat Earth. Only mainstream can release the flat Earth at this point. But if you wanted to destroy flat Earth, you'd have to release something that has never been released before, which is video proof. Kind of the old argument. If there's no video, it didn't happen. That's the old internet jokes. It's high res, doesn't have to be 4K necessarily, but definitely HD. High res footage, long term, that can be analyzed by people that are really good at that thing, and everybody comes to the same consensus, which is it seems absolutely genuine. So
would you say at the moment then that your overwhelming belief that it's a flat stationary Earth or enclosed Earth or whatever is basically based on trust, faith, and belief?
Well, it is, but at the moment it is, but at the same time it is. Remember, because I still do treat this like a court case, and it's not that. And flat Earth people will tell you this. Where it's not that we're proving the flat Earth as much as we are creating massive reasonable doubt in the globe.
The preponderance of evidence again, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so easy to tear apart the globe that if it was a court case, you'd have to, the globe would be in trouble, depending on what angle you were going to take in a court case.
Well, if it was a court case, then NASA wouldn't be allowed to give evidence because they're an unreliable witness.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, yeah, their evidence would be shot down. Their opening arguments. That's the thing. In a court case, NASA would have a fantastic opening argument. They'll say, "We're going to show you this, and we're going to show you this." But then when they show it to you, they say, we validate it, and we say it's not even there, and they go, "Okay, we'll show you this instead," and then you just keep rinse and repeat again and again, and all of a sudden you realize again there's nothing there. There's just nothing. There was a British guy, I can't remember, he was like a hardcore parkour guy, and he said that it's amazing how when you get to the NASA evidence, how thin it really is, and that is the truth. So
what you're sort of saying really is, I mean, and I do agree, is that the overwhelming evidence in favor of the flat stationary Earth is the overwhelming lack of evidence for a spinning ball. Exactly. And every one of the things that we bring up, and I don't care what it is, if it's Antarctica, if it's the curvature, if it's ISS, if it's the Apollo stuff, Van Allen belts, what the Coriolis effect, whatever it is, and no one of these things proves a flat Earth. The moon temperature thing. None of these things prove a flat Earth, but they all point towards it. And at the very least, they point.
Disprove the ball for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they point away from the globe, things that should not be there. The example I love giving is the moon, the self-illuminated moon, the moon temperature thing. I go, the moonlight is cold. I go, there's all sorts of fun little tests. They're easy, they're cheap. Anyone can do them as long as it's a clear night out. And does that prove that the Earth is flat? No, but it absolutely puts a huge question mark in the relationship between the sun and the moon that we've been told pretty much forever. Yeah, it does. I mean, what it does is says that every single science book we've ever read is wrong, and is who knows whether they're deliberately wrong or not. But where in terms of proof of the flat stationary Earth, where do you stand on gyroscopes then? The gyroscopes is a good one. I like it. Science, they can still kind of worm their way out of it a little bit, where they can say, well, it adjusts this way, adjusts via barometric pressure, or with the tied to the altimeter, or they'll say it's 10 minutes of research will show that that's absolute rubbish. I know. But here's my problem with the altimeter is it's not even a problem. It's the dumbing down of the lowest common denominator, which is the lowest common denominator doesn't get it. They look at it and they don't understand what it's supposed to do. That it's not immediately instantaneous to them as far as what the ramifications are. No, I agree. And so it's like, all right, well, I mean, I like the altimeter, but if Joe Lunchbox on the street doesn't get it, nothing I can do. The one I throw at him more often than others, again, we want a reasonable doubt thing, I throw at him the core of the Earth argument. And I say, look, and this is something I've been kind of digging into recently, which, no play on words there, where I said, the core of the Earth, you everyone can open any science book anywhere, and you'll see the cross-section of the Earth, and there's no disclaimer at the bottom of that cross-section saying it's just an artist's rendering. We really don't know what is below 8 miles. And science come back and say, well, what's your point? I go, my problem is this. Since you don't have that disclaimer at the bottom of your page, any 8-year-old kid that looks at it believes it as gospel. And they're going to keep believing it. And once they how many years of school they make it through, once they get out of school, it's absolutely true. Even though science will say in Wikipedia and other little publications in small fine print that we're just extrapolating. We really don't know what's down there. So why put out the diagram? And they say, well, okay, well, that's just the core of the Earth. I'm going, then who's to say that when you finally, after 450 years, after you finally got up high enough to look at the picture, again, stealing a line from Matt Boylan here, when you finally got up high enough to take a shot, would you tell the people? There's a great Gary Larson, if you guys remember the Far Side cartoons from back in the day. Yes. Gary Larson cartoon. There's a single one where 2 astronauts are looking at the Earth from, I don't know, 1 million miles away. And it's a children's balloon. And then one guy looks to each other and goes, "Yeah, we really should keep this one under wraps." And that's how science would approach it. They're not going to tell anybody. They wouldn't do it. Do not think for a second. And I know I don't have that much time left, but I got to get this message out here to people that may be listening and just don't understand what I'm talking about here. Don't think that science is absolutely on this pinnacle of integrity. They won't be influenced by different things other than empirical data. Science can absolutely be influenced by money or politics or peer pressure or you name it. They're just like anybody else. They're no different than any other institution or corporation. And corporations, as we know, will lie for money. I use the Fight Club analogy. And people miss this in the movie, and they really don't get it because it seems kind of complex. And that is, he's talking about, because the guy did for a living, he did analysis of car crashes, and he would recommend to the company whether, if there was enough car crashes in a certain time frame, should they do a recall, on a part. Like, let's say the steering wheel locked up and people died, right? Well, if the price of the lawsuit settlements is less than the price of a recall, they don't do the recall. And if you guys out there don't get what I'm saying is it's all about the money. In a perfectly ethical world, you do the recall. But in our world, when it all comes down to money, you do whatever whatever benefits the shareholders the most.
It's collateral
if it's a public company.
That's the one that tends to, when I talk to people who just can't go, why? When you finally show them the amount of money that NASA makes per year and say that alone is enough of a why,
Yeah.
Money does it. That's all it takes.
And so, we'll take it one step further in money. And again, shows you how big this thing is. This thing is so big that even money has its limitations, meaning it was so big they couldn't even, regardless of the billions of dollars you could make in resourcing Antarctica, the landmass that we call Antarctica, the billions of dollars there, they chose to completely throw out the money equation and said, you know what, it's not worth the hassle of dealing with the corporations and the questions and potentially, tying off loose ends type thing. So this, and again, most conspiracies that are out there are tied to money in some way, shape, or form.
How much out of the 19 billion do you reckon they spend a year?
Oh, quite a bit, believe it or not. I mean, you still have to pay all the wrench turners and all the tech guys, and there's a lot of people that get employed.
Yeah, it'd be in the billions.
Oh yeah, in the billions.
Be for billions. Yeah, it'd be in the billions. But
do they spend all of it? No, of course not. You wouldn't want to spend all of it. I don't know. You'd think they'd probably save at least 30% or 40% off the top. You'd think.
Yeah, that's right.
Because remember, the money, anything that they have budgeted for that's outside of our visual range doesn't exist, with the in space terms. So the ISS, there's a physical model built inside a Boeing plane, but that is pennies on the dollar compared to what they're charging the taxpayers to say that it's 400 miles up. And all those parts that they charge for, oh my God, the parts for the space station that probably don't even get used. All the replacement parts that they have to buy from companies and then just put in a warehouse somewhere and not use them.
So, all right, Mark. Can I get in two more quick questions for you?
You go.
Sure. What do you got?
Admiral Byrd,
Yep.
went on that Longines chronoscope.
Longines chronoscope.
He says there's an area the size of the United States, never before seen by human eyes.
Yep.
How do you think he knew that?
That's kind of a tricky one because you could take it a couple different ways. Was he saying? I think at the beginning he was saying there's land. Basically, he's saying that there's a whole bunch of land past in Antarctica we haven't explored yet. That hasn't been seen with human eyes, and that was him kind of showing his ego, saying, "Look, if I haven't seen it, nobody's seen it because I'm the greatest explorer of all time." But he could have been saying that. Well, at the very least, that's what he was saying. But I think he was kind of implying that Antarctica was much bigger than they thought, and could have also been the reason why his death was conveniently tied to the end of Operation Deep Freeze. Deep Freeze ended in 56. He died in 57, supposedly of a heart attack in his home. But I think it was because he was as much of a man of integrity as you could get, and they were afraid that he wasn't going to be able to, because he liked doing press conferences. He was natural on television, and he was natural. That wasn't the first time he'd been on something. We were lucky to get that footage. And I think they figured out, it's like, yeah, again, the one thing I've learned about the authorities, they do not take chances. They do not roll the dice. If they look at a guy and say, I don't think we can trust him entirely, then they'll do what they can. And he was older, so why not? But yeah, I do think that he thought at that point that at least Antarctica was very, very big, and didn't know, because remember, there's no satellites or even things that we claimed to be satellites. All they had was propeller planes back in 50. That interview was in 54. So he knew there was something very, very big out there, but he didn't know how big. And I think it was even bigger than he expressed. If you look at some of the maps, even that 1,000-year-old map, I know it seems like a narrow band, but between the coastline of Antarctica and the outer rim of Antarctica seems to be several thousand miles wide, depth before you got to it, at the least.
And huge land masses if you compare them to America itself. I mean, there's some
those continents were massive. All of them seemed to be the size of Africa or bigger. And what I liked about them is they were all spaced apart. There were no land bridges between them. And that would be kind of makes sense, because if you want to do something with some sort of indigenous population, you want to have them, most of the wars that we deal with in our civilization are because we have land bridges. Asia has just been a freaking mess. That's why the United States worked out so well, because there was big oceans on both sides. And in Asia, you're fighting over the same stretch of land for thousands of years.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you, Mark, one more thing before you do head out. So,
Sure.
In your model that you presented in the clues, with the dome being formed of a material
Yes.
that is similar to the material that pipes the lava through the world, that's still your model?
I do. I know. I'm not going to back down from that.
I'm just asking that.
No. It's okay. I know. I got crap for doing the lava clue, because look, I had to explain all of it, because sooner or later someone was going to ask about it.
Well, hey, even Aaron Dover says there's no lava on flat Earth, so I'm not dissing you for that. I'm saying this outer ring idea with the dome closing.
Oh, no. I still
together.
I still believe in both, and here's why. Because I'm looking at one of the dome things right now. When it comes to the outer dome, there were certain moves that the authority made that seem to indicate it goes in line with human male instinct. And the first thing was the atomic weapon testing that went on from 58 to 62, where they just everything the Soviet Union and the United States fired for 4 years was straight up to a certain degree. I mean, they were firing at different angles, but they didn't do any ground testing. It was all straight up. Why would both nations do the straight up stuff simultaneously for so long and using such huge? I mean, the first one, seriously, those first 3 shots were megatons. And megatons were brand new. That was a brand new term back in the late 50s. We only had kilotons up until that point. That was a human instinct. That is, once they figured out we were in a wall, the first thing we do, let's see if we can breach it. And so for the outer, for the barrier, the dome, that was one of the first things for me. Like, look, they find the edge, they try to bust through it, they can't. Then they have to militarize space, and then they shut down the upper border and the outer border simultaneously. Everything they did in the 1950s and into the early 1960s just screamed that they were trying to place the warning signs without freaking out the public, which was the first thing, the coincidence that Van Allen announces the Van Allen radiation belts in 1959, and the Antarctic Treaty is ratified in 1959. And that's the upper edge and the outer edge simultaneous. That's exactly what I would do. That was the big thing. I tried to empathize with this and say that if I would do it, I love putting myself in other people's shoes. And if I would do it, if I agreed with it, I don't care. I'll put myself in the government's shoes and say, okay, I can see why you did that. The greater good, I understand the concepts. Sometimes I don't agree with the ethics behind it, but I do understand the concepts. When it came to the lava thing, that was just logic, which was, look, if it's organic, think of what you're going to do. And I don't know if any of you guys ever had this. Like if you had a pet snake or a pet tarantula and you put it in a terrarium, is anything in that terrarium outside of your control? You know, fine. You put in a light in there and a nice little water bowl and some bugs and some other stuff. Is anything going to be organic about what's that tarantula's home or that scorpion? No, it's not. Everything's going to be in control. The glass walls, the lid, the air that's blowing through it, the little fun little plants and vegetation. Whatever you're going to do, it's going to be completely monitored. The problem that people had with the volcanic system was it really takes, you've got to stretch your mind a bit. You've got to know a lot of science fiction, and because it's something really I haven't touched in science fiction, which is, could you simulate a volcanic system? Could you do it with, mechanically? Yeah, you could. If you had the right tech, you would have to have a unified field engine to do it, but you could absolutely do it. And here's the biggest point about that, and that is, of all the systems that are out there, don't sell the other systems short, like the the underwater conveyor system and the jet stream and everything else that's going on. Those systems, those are also organic. So when it comes to the lava system, they're mechanical. So if the lava system wasn't controlled, you're putting a lot of risk and a lot of faith in a system, the biggest system that could completely wipe out everything. I mean, seriously, we all know what a supervolcano is. One supervolcano, and this show is over. Is it? We already know this. So you're not going to risk that. Your prized tarantulas down there. Yeah, I'm not calling this tarantulas. You know what I get? You do not want to. You're not going to let that system just blow up on its own. Everything is going to be completely monitored. Now, could there be an organic process to this? Yeah, I suppose here and there. But you're still going to know. Luckily for us, we stay away from the fire. The volcanoes. Not many cities have been built right next to volcanoes, and we all know the ones that have been. We all know the horror stories. So, and there's not that many volcanoes out there, active ones.
All right. So who bought us at the pet store, or who owns that pet store? I mean,
really? Okay, that's the new one I had done. Yeah. It can only be one of two things.
All right.
An advanced civilization, or that's bigger than us. Could be the version 1. If we're version 7, who's version 5? Who was occupying this place when Pangea, when it was a supercontinent?
So they came back and created this. This wasn't a natural system.
No. I'm not necessarily.
I'm just trying to get it straight.
No, it's okay. Was version 1 the creators, or was version 1 the people that were placed inside it? That's the tough one, because then if you would start going down the biblical road, then you'd probably have some theories there.
No.
Is it divine, or did God subcontract out the work? Don't know. We're not going to know until whoever it is show up. But don't take whatever you see in the mainstream news at face value, because you can bet that whoever that our powers that be, not the ones above them, they're going to try to spin this that will benefit them. So whatever.
That's what I think the dome is their next level of spin they had in place for those of us who woke up to the fakery of the heliocentric model, how it can't possibly work, just doesn't work. We wake up to this flat, still area we're in, and okay, well, we got to trap them now. Let's trap them in this mental dome that they can't get out of.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible. No question. I've heard that one. I'm hoping for a better story end than that.
That's me. I want the glass half full. That's me too.
All right. I'm gunning for a big song and dance number for Act 3. Something cool. We've seen so many disaster movies. I'd hate to think that it'd just be that. It's like, all right, well, let's just let the people kill each other. I'd hope it wouldn't end to something like that. I'd like to think it would be a cooler ending than that. Anyway, any parting shots from you guys before I head off?
Just a quick question of clarity.
Yeah.
What were the Russians and Americans firing at the dome?
Why or what?
what?
Oh, you want to go into the question of if there were atomic weapons or not?
Well, that seems a logical question. We're told that's what they were doing.
I mean, our team members analyzed the footage considerably. He's no longer with us, but he analyzed the footage considerably, and we saw quite a bit of trickery.
I tend to go the other way. Okay, it's not gonna. Again, I'm not gonna lose sleep over this. I was a big fan of the documentary movie called Trinity and Beyond. And I don't know if that's what he watched. The one that was narrated by Bill Shatner. And I can tell you this because I'm a big special effects guy and a big movie guy, and I know the effects from that era, and the effects from that era were horrible. Now, yeah, you can say, well, no, they did Tornado and the Wizard of Oz. And I go, yeah, okay, that one was pretty good, but atomic weapon testing, when you have to do the footage, at the very least, fine. If you don't want to say there's fission, fine. I don't. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, do we have some very, very powerful explosives? Yes, we do. If you have any doubt, look at the footage from.
Right. So that then begs the question: if it's not atomic and it's not activating, because there's supposition about satellites and activation of the dome and need for reactivations at blah blah blah.
Yeah.
That then, so the question I'm asking then, that all then relates to that point of, if it's not, because we can all blow shit up with really powerful bombs.
Yeah.
But the point of the nuclear testing was supposedly a subterfuge to activate the dome, wasn't it? In terms of some narratives.
In terms of some, sure. Or they were trying to, for me, it was more of a mapping, because you have to, with something that big, you can't send surveyors up. So the only thing you can send is rockets up, and regardless of what the explosives were made out of, you can at least measure burst versus altitude and see where these rockets went. And you'd have to do that eventually, because if you're going to fake a space program, you need to know the curvature dimensions of this place. If you're going to fake a space program, because you need to send rockets up sooner or later, and those rockets have to bend over and follow a certain path, because you don't want them crashing into things, because it doesn't take too long. It's like, hey, these rockets start crashing at 500 miles or whatever it is. I wonder what's happening.
I don't think it's just the rockets that are bending over, but I've got a parting question for you. Sorry, that was cheap.
What you got?
You've probably read the novel that was written with you in it. Have you read that?
I have read part of it. The one that was sent to me?
I don't know. There was a novel I read about a year ago, and it had Patricia Steer in it, and
no, I haven't read that.
You were flying out across the Antarctic in a jet. Have you not? I'll
a year
send
ago?
that to you. Yeah, over a year ago.
Send that to me. Email that to me. I'd love to.
No, it's a 90 odd page article. It's a 90 plus page novel. Anyway, okay. So you haven't.
I may have read it, but I didn't know it was a year old. I got something not that long ago. Gosh, it had been that long.
Right. Well, I was just going to say, I will. Yeah. I'll drop that over to you, because I had a great read of it. But what I was going to say is, if you were given the opportunity of an empirical adventure, say to the Antarctic or the Arctic or whatever, would you go?
The Antarctic, yeah. I mean, it'd be miserable. I'd rather be shot into space. But Antarctic, I'm not a big fan of. I like cold better than hot, but the Antarctic is brutal. Plus, there's not enough landmarkers out there. They could send you anywhere you wanted. Remember, the GPS system is still DoD, and it's try. I don't think you can go out anywhere and use that system out there. But I definitely do a space one. Not that they'd ever send me up there, but I definitely do a space one.
So, the crux of the question was, if Matt Powerland gave you an open invitation to join him on an expedition
to the Antarctic,
I'd
go with them.
Would you go?
Yeah, I would. I would not enjoy it, but I'd go.
You've seen all those films, haven't you, about the polar expeditions, and
Oh yeah, yeah. It looks
they
like a
all start
whale of a good
eating each other. And
Oh yeah, not no. The Donner Party, I would never want to. Yeah, especially with Matt in the room. Good lord,
well,
he'd start looking at people to eat even before Brandon.
I'd like to say,
We're
Mark,
gonna get you go.
it's
We'll
been
keep
an
you here all
absolute.
night. Seriously.
No, okay. I got to run. Any last
Yeah,
last
we're
one
gonna
more.
shut-
No,
Anyway.
it's been an absolute pleasure.
All right,
Thanks
thanks
a lot.
guys.
I do have one thing for you, Mark, real quick. Not a
Hey.
question, real quick for you. All I need is a favor from you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Just a real quick little drop for the Iron Real Media here. Just listening to Flat Earth Friday, Iron Real Media, blah, blah, blah. This is Mark Sargent. You know how they do. Just give it.
Oh, sure. You want me to do it right now?
Yeah, if you would, that'd be great.
Okay. Hey everyone, it's Mark Sargent, creator of Flat Earth Clues, and you are listening to me on Iron Realm Media. Check them out.
Beautiful. Thank you. That's
Thank you, sir.
Mark, thank you so much, man. You're an instant.
Thanks, guys. It was a lot of fun, and don't hesitate to ask me again.
Cheers, Mark. It's been a
Thanks.
good
Thanks
chat,
for being
mate.
here.
Enjoyed it. Thank
Hey
you.
guys.
Take it.
Thanks,
Bye.
Mark.
Thanks, brother.
See you, man.
Awesome. Mark Sargent, creator of the Flat Earth Clues, host of Strange World on Truth Frequency Radio, found at truthfrequencyradio.com or tfrlive.com. You can find him on Mark Sargent on his YouTube channel, and he was kind enough to grace us with his presence.
And don't forget also enclosedworld.com. You can find all of Mark's information there as well.
Oh, good call. Forgot that one. I know he doesn't really
That's
give out
actually-
his other one, his personal one.
We're on
So
that.
I wasn't going to plug that one. But. All right. With that being said, you guys want to take another quick little break, and we'll go into some after-hour fringe work? Throw out some-
Absolutely.
Done deal.
Oh,
See
I
you
just
then.
wanted to mention you. Since Mark is a legend, you can also catch him in my Legends of Flat Earth series for newcomers.
Absolutely. Great series James has on his channel. You guys haven't checked that out, go check it out.
Awesome. So we're going to take a little break. We'll be back in, I don't know, hopefully not too long, a few minutes.
2 and
You
2.
are listening.
No.
Iron Realm Media.
The earth is flat.
We're up pretty high, our heads are almost in the clouds, and their feet are chained to the ground with their chains of misery. They've got a hold of me, they won't let go of me. Let go of me. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you. Are you defy gravity? They can be cruel and mean, and a smile can be the sign they're missing out on their rainy day. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you. Are you defy gravity? You defy gravity. not strong enough. We don't have what it takes. I say, yeah, they're wrong enough. And we'll show them someday. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Oh yeah, don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you. Oh, you defy gravity. You defy gravity. You defy gravity. Yeah, yeah. At you, oh, you defy gravity.
Everybody that stuck around with us, thanks for sticking around with us. Glad you did. Give me just a minute and we will get the link out there for anybody that wants to join us. As long as you're respectful and polite, we'd love to have you.
Happy to be back, Josh. Did you even understand that?
What's that, John?
Sorry. Happy to be back.
Glad to have you back, John.
Who's back? Who else is back?
I hope everyone.
I'm here.
Lee, Rob's here.
Hey, Rob.
Hello.
I'm glad you got to make it for at least part of them, Rob. That's good. I was worried
Yeah.
that wouldn't have enough overlap.
No, I was listening to most of it. Yep. Very, very good chat, I thought. Alba Gamer doesn't like Mark.
I got that impression from the chat.
I've just been reading the comments as well, yeah. Yeah, it seems that way.
Doesn't like Mark at all.
Well, we're not here to like or dislike people. We're here to give people some air so they can speak their own minds. We've had the advertising out there for at least 3 or 4 days, asking people if they wanted to ask questions to let us know. I think we asked him a few questions.
Yeah, we got a few in, for sure. And I think we all asked some of our own personal questions that we had wanted to ask. In fact, John, you asked mine for me, so thank you. I appreciate that.
Which one was that?
About the game, what he did with the gaming industry, and then James had some interesting points with that, with his background on it. No, it's fine. We all, like I said, we all got some things answered that we all wanted to find out, some clearing of the air, if you will. So I think it went nicely.
Well, this was a question that I had planned for him, but I mean, also applied to you guys too, so I can still ask it, and I think it's relevant, and especially relevant in the fact that even though we don't agree with necessarily Mark Sargent's model that he proposes, we still want to be able to get him on, to get him to tell his model, to give him that voice. Not that he doesn't have one, but he's really doing us a favor here, let's be honest. But not just him, but anybody. We want to be able to give a voice to flat earthers, because after all, we're just a handful of flat earthers that thought we need to be able to have a voice and build a platform so others have a voice. And that's what we've done with IronRealmMedia. And we'd like to be able to share that platform because there's so many different models.
I think that's a good point, Josh.
Go ahead, John.
Well, no, I was just saying, I think that's a good point. And, you know, shout out to any of the controversial people out there, Eric DeBays and all those sort of things. If they want to come on here, then, you know, feel free. We've just shown we're not going to, you know, shoot you down in a pebble of spray. We're going to give you perfect, you know, a decent amount.
We won't
of talk
coddle you
time.
either, though.
Yeah, we're not going to give you an easy time either, but, you know, there you go.
No. Well, that's what this should all be about. I mean, a lot of people think that we all have this one unified idea about the Earth. We're all rising up in some infinite space madness that's been propagated by the Flat Earth Society. And so we want to show them that not only do we all have our own personal ideas that we're working on, that we've used some of this group think and, you know, grab sources from every possible area. People like Mark, people like Eric, people like Jaron, people like Bob that help Sharon. We take these ideas, all of us. That's how we met here on Iron Realm. Is we were all throwing ideas back and forth at each other on Twitter, and we like, hey, let's start working this together on the air and start inviting other people to bring their ideas into it, because it has to evolve. It can't stay stuck on a plateau. That's kind of why I asked him about his model. Had it changed any since the original clues had come out? You know, so we're working on something. We don't have a clue with the details. That's what we're trying to get to, you know?
Well, that leads me right into what my question was. And that is, with all these different models and us wanting to give a voice and at least present these models, even though we may not agree with them, how do we juxtapose that with how we present the Flat Earth Society? Like, I've not seen their Earth Rising argument in a long time. I've heard it from other flat earthers, but I've checked their website. It's not on there. I don't think it's one they're necessarily still proposing.
Perhaps not, but it is the classic one that we have all heard, and it's thrown at us, and that's where it originated. So that's all I can go with.
Well,
Are you suggesting we invite the head of the Flat Earth Society on here, Josh?
I'm not at all, but
I've got
damn it,
no
that's not
problem
a
with
brilliant
that.
idea.
Hey, he was following me on Twitter. I could try to see.
I have DM'd him a little bit here and there too at the beginning a couple of years ago.
They asked me to write articles for them, and as far as I know, the two most prominent ones are following me. Is it Davis?
Mm-hmm.
And I
Yep.
can't remember the other guy. John Davis, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember.
I'm pulling up my Twitter right now. I'm sorry, I don't want to say his name wrong. That's why I was pulling it up.
No. But I mean, the only reference I've seen to the 7 miles is via Eric DeBay. I mean, I've seen screenshots from the Flat Earth Society website. I don't know if that's what they think these days. I don't know. But
Well, it's in that documentary.
it's worth
that
giving
they put
them a voice.
What was that, John?
I was just saying it's worth giving them a voice, you know, because the people who are listening to this show have enough discernment to be able to hear that voice and be able to discern whether it's bullshit or not. You know, let them talk. If they're still out there and if they're still saying that we're accelerating at, you know, 9 meters per second upwards and all this sort of stuff, on hanging on to rocks and the flat Earth group, or you know, but it's just it came off the end of the tongue. It was the Flat Earth Society, and it's always the Flat Earth Society. So, I mean, from my personal experience of the Flat Earth Society is that it's full of ball earthers spouting dogma that they can't back up themselves, and you know, it's a complete circle jerk. There's a lot of bad feedback around it.
Audio on you?
Seems to be when I talk, yeah. So
Are we talking PMB here? Is that what we're
PMB? What's that?
Paul Michael Bells? Is that who you mean in terms of inviting on?
No.
No, we're talking about inviting on some of the head members of the Flat Earth Society,
Including,
Isn't he the
well,
president?
no, I'd be happy to get Paul Michael Bales on here. No problem.
Absolutely.
he's been invited, has he not? I'm sure there was an invitation put out. I saw a thread on Twitter.
There is. Yeah, there is. Anytime.
Can three guys mute their mics so we can isolate where this is coming from?
Yep, I'm mute now.
It's John.
I'm talking. Is it still me?
Nope.
Walt was sure it was me last time.
I've just unmuted. Is it me?
It's Sean.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, you hisser.
It's been you the whole time, you bugger.
Definitely, John.
Piece of shit microphone. Right, I'll get my soldering iron out.
Try Logitech. Oh, sorry. Plug. Send me money. Free mics.
Plantronics.
So you guys want to drop this link out on Twitter or something? See if anybody wants to hop on.
Yeah,
Sure.
give it a shot.
Yeah.
I don't know if Karen's still out there. I know she's usually game to hop on.
Maybe James Cord's lurking around, a friendly giant. He wants to hop on.
Last I heard, his microphone wasn't working. He tried a couple weeks ago, but he couldn't get his mic to come through.
Oh, well, on that subject of inviting people, I've really enjoyed listening. You know, I didn't do a lot of talking. It was quite interesting to actually listen and actually hear a person as opposed to hear somebody else's perspective of a person. I thought it was quite. And like I said, I didn't agree with it a lot, but it wasn't. It was considerably less controversial than I was expecting tonight. Do you know what I mean? So it was. I think if it was to get somebody on like the Flat Earth, it'd be quite interesting to hear their opinion.
Looks like Albo wants to jump on. If someone wants to help him out.
Absolutely. It feels bad. Apparently, someone may have muted him or put him in timeout or blocked him earlier in the chat.
Well,
Apparently, he wasn't able to comment.
He tweeted me, so I asked you, didn't I? And you said, "Well, no, I've given him a spanner." So whether that was what kicked him out, he says he was kicked out for 20 minutes and then got back in. But if you look at him, he got back in with a spanner. So
well, that's because I gave it to him because I thought it was strange that someone would have muted or kicked him. So I wanted to make sure that if he got back on, that the issue wasn't ours because we don't just randomly.
Well, that's why I showed him off. Do you know what I mean on Twitter? So I think he's fine. He's had a good night by the looks of it. Having defending and doing some good work by the amount of posts he's put on. Yeah. So is he jumping on?
I just dropped the link in the chat. Karen is here. She says she's still listening. She might hop on if she wants. More than welcome. Open invitation.
Hey, John. Is he there?
He's probably trained.
John!
He probably is.
He's ripping the shot. He's ripping the POS apart.
I posted my sausage party video the other day, and I think John thought it was a kids' movie. Don't show your kids that movie.
No.
There's F's and C's and MFs and all sorts of stuff in there. I was laughing at the movie, but yeah, far from a kids' movie. Very funny.
I'm
Very
more
funny.
to watch it now, Rob. That sounds good.
Oh yeah, it's funny. It is funny. It's about the bloody food. All the food think that they're going to go to the promised land once they get bought, but at some stage they realise that they're going to get eaten. They're going to die. They think they're going to go beyond the ice. Yeah.
Favorite baller fans in the chat too. Sorry to interrupt, Rob. I see one of our favorite viewer.
Mr. It's $5,000 man again.
You reckon same old? Don't hang around.
Yeah.
Negative. Yeah, don't hang around if you don't like us.
I'm just glad he's here.
He missed Mark. You missed Mark, mate.
Right. It's not the same old, same old. We had Mark Sargent on the Iron Realm. That's hardly the same old, same old.
Bit harsh, that, isn't it? No pleasing some people.
Anyway, back to sausage party. I was saying that beyond the ice. I thought that was very, very. Just to use that term, I thought was very, very strange.
Yeah.
That rant goes on for a bit longer, but that was just the bit that I took. Very dodgily, but that's the bit I took, and they keep on going on about it for a little while. Yeah.
Smoke weed every day.
What the hell was that one?
What happened?
What was that?
It's the fringe.
Smoke weed. I stepped my mic down for a second. I see Raven asks, has anyone discussed Chippy's take on the flipped map? Chippy Chipmunk's take on his flipped map. Have y'all seen that this week?
I don't understand it.
I don't either.
I don't understand the point he's trying to make.
I haven't seen it.
At first, I thought he was headed into that whole idea of like in Contact, where maybe you take something and fold it and edge it, and then suddenly it becomes something else. But I just didn't see where he was going with it. So, Ravenlocks, you're welcome to come on and discuss it with us. We've been dying to have you on the show. Ravenlocks has been around since
especially if you can explain the concept. That was. I'm not saying I disagree. I don't understand.
I just didn't get it right.
Yeah. And is Alba joining us then?
I think they're working on a like a plug-in for the Hangouts. I think that's what's going on right now. Yeah, that's what it is.
That's much better.
Seems like there was something.
My goodness.
Holy.
What is
come
this?
On.
This is
same old, my ass.
Like,
this is the best fucking show ever.
Super reveal.
Is this a Mandela effect?
Who is this guy?
This
Mandela
was better than Mark Sargent, I gotta say. I am more excited about this than Mark Sargent.
Unbelievable. This guy doesn't even exist anymore, I thought.
This guy's not even real.
He never did exist.
What
buddy.
is up, brother? What is up?
He's not. He is not here now.
This is all a figment of your imagination.
I thought I would.
Hey, fellas, I just listened to that Mark Sargent show.
Did you like that?
I like that a lot. That was a lot of fun.
That was something.
We try to be.
But then
fun.
I heard somebody was all smoke weed every day, and then I was like, I gotta call into this mother.
We got to control that dude. Sometimes he gets out of control. That guy.
This guy.
Out of control. I was very in control for the most part that whole show. I thought I did well.
You did amazing.
I thought Mark was treated well. I think it was very encouraging to other people, if Dubai or whoever else was listening. Very encouraging.
Well, we wanted to make sure we didn't jump down his throat, which
we'll
was
ask
sort of
the hard questions, but we're not going to be asses about it. I mean, you know.
Well, what were the hard questions going to be for Mark Sargent anyway? Like,
yeah, well, there could have been a few more, but we won't get into that.
you should have read them out to him on when you first came on and been like, "These are the questions that we would ask you if we were grilling you, but we'll just tell you, and then you can talk."
he definitely talks. He's definitely got his. This is my information that I use for interviews. Done well.
After you listen to
this a while, so he's yeah.
And that's why I wanted to throw in some different questions.
He's polished. It's good. He's polished.
Well, I'm glad you didn't pull your punches on that whole girlfriend question, Josh.
Are you kidding? I did pull my punches.
I know I was being very silly.
Ask John. He'll tell you. I ain't afraid to get a little dirty.
So how have you been, sir, Gideon?
How are you guys doing, man? It's good. It was good to listen to all your voices, chit chat back and forth. I haven't heard you guys for a while.
Yeah, same.
You got John Savage out there with the sultry Britain. I don't know how he does it, but he comes off all sexy with that.
And intelligent. That's the part that really messes
I
you
know.
up. It sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
What kind of
the
cockney
tricky shit.
speaking guy is this? Talking about gyros and shit?
And then we've got
Adam.
we've added a scientist, like a
We have
chemist.
the mad scientist.
Lacho Red, or how do I pronounce that?
Larchio Red. Sir Adam the Mad, we call him.
Who clearly
Adam
doesn't
Red.
sound sexy and sultry. But,
No, you did. You guys both got this English thing going on. That's unbelievable.
I've had it going on from birth, that one.
So you've polished it.
Yeah, it's well practiced. I don't even have to try now.
It's awesome.
So is this man beard that you were talking about, guys?
Yes, the infamous.
Hi.
The legend himself.
And yes.
We interacted a couple of times a year or two ago, I think, mate, on Twitter. But nice to say hello. These guys hired you in high regard, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, voice to voice.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, you enjoy the show.
Yeah,
Adam
Mark
had-
Sargent came out. That's big.
That was big. I really didn't think it would be so soon.
It was a cause for celebration, man. I'm so proud of you guys. You always say don't kiss ass, but I am so proud of you guys. This is a big day. I'm happy.
I'm still not sure if he knows that he read my email on his show. I don't know.
You have to explain it to him on the next time. We didn't get all the stuff he wanted to say, but like you're gonna have to explain it because he'll remember, dude. He will. I don't think you got a chance to explain it.
No, that would have been good audio to play for him. Him reading my email.
Yeah.
The best laid plans, whatever. Next time.
So where have your researches taken you of late, Hacksaw?
I funny enough, was just looking at the same sort of stuff you guys were talking about, and I was sitting over here going, "Man, I was just looking at this stuff." There's a Russian gal out there named New Earth who has been doing videos for a really long time. She's got some ayahuasca stuff, some old stuff, and her shtick, her angle was, I believe, she sounds like an art historian. She's got a really thick Russian accent, and she goes off the tip that as you go as an art historian, you begin to view and go around the world and see all the best art, and talk to all the best, greatest artists who are using all the whatever latest everythings. And then all of the oldest stuff are not only like, can we not replicate them, but we can explain it. And so she started on this path of timelining it. So I watched her do a video, it was like 2 hours, where she timelined her whole shtick, and it's a lot like Walt's, where there is there's like civilization remaking going constantly, but that the progression is because of art. It makes a nice analogy, because if you take like layers of art, you can tell if it's been added to onto, and so you slice it and you look at the side, and you can do this in Moscow, where apparently Moscow was a white stone city, and then it got demolished somehow in 1776 by like a white orb in a single day. And then there's all these layers of rock where Moscow's been rebuilt ever since. And if you take the progression of history of man and what we're doing with tools and everything, it's all down. Every time they redo us, they knock us down a level. And so that's, I think, where we're headed next, probably. Everything we used to do is better. And it isn't even that we did it really, really good a long time ago, and then we're currently getting better again, or something like that 4 over times more. We might have been doing that over and over again, but it looks like this time they're just winding us down to the mud or something.
Well, maybe every time up till now, the people who are in this level, this ring, have come here with enough preloaded knowledge by choice, by coming here with the willingness to be here at this time for this thing, that we were ready for it. And they know that. And that's why they've tried to keep us dumbed down and tried to keep us from knowing consciously what we get here knowing.
The one really exciting
by society
that you shared, well, it was a really exciting idea. The fact that the concept of like we're trying to warn we're trying to warn ourselves, warn each other, and we keep like missing the warning and losing again over and over again.
Right.
That's scary, dude. That's a scary thought.
Well, when all you have left are stone tablets that can survive this huge whatever happens. Because the other thing I thought about is, okay, let's say this is how it works, and this little center area freezes up. Well, when it melts out again, that water has to go somewhere. So there's your floods, there's your deluge. So if that's happening, the only thing that's going to be left are stone written tablets. I mean, none of this electronic crap's going to survive all that, you know?
Right. And if you talk about like what's kept from us, it's always the stuff that lasts.
Yep.
I remember if I go back to my first reaction to the Great Pyramid of Giza, once I learned that we didn't know what the hell it was and stuff, it was like, oh, that's a message. That's exactly what you would do is if you knew something was coming and you needed a time capsule to survive it, you would just come up with different ways to build things that would survive what was coming. And it seems like the pyramid would survive a flood. But we could be all these things. We could have all sorts of artifacts or layers or maybe epochs of artifacts of just like messaging to us every time. Once they eradicate us, and they have to go back in and like go to our archaeological walls and scrub everything off, or that kind of stuff. Just keep hiding the fact. That's scary. That's a scary thought.
Cycles and cycles and cycles.
Yeah. Yeah, but she was doing a video on her take had a lot of like art quotes and kind of like this firsthand report things she was from Russia. So her take was really interesting because it matches whether you're from Canada or from UK. We all got the same bullshit history, and it all started at the same time. Not only did it start at the same time, it's all got the same holes on the same timeline, all this other junk. And it seems to be about, like you guys are talking about, there's other civilizations that stand above or apart and basically are trying to drive us into something. And it's not just for the sake of slavery, I don't think, slavery might help, of course, but what do we do? You know what I mean? Like, you ever driven around America? Like, what are they producing? Farts? There isn't anything going on besides the destruction of mankind.
That's about it. If it's not farts from down here, it's farts in the air they're spraying above us now.
I love the idea, Walt, that you have, but the thing is, I'm stuck on there's so much wisdom in the book, in the Bible, and the Bible doesn't mention no second son. And everything else lines up about your idea, and I think there could be more land. and different races outside of the ice or under the ice, as John put it, which is brilliant, by the way. We got to look into that more. But just that second sun thing bugs me. I don't know. Everything else sounds really plausible.
Oh, the other thing that Mark Sargent said that I thought was wise that I hadn't thought of before was that they weren't trying to break through the dome, but they were tracking alongside of it and measuring it. Just getting a feel. There's nothing else they could do up there besides what they can do, like drive an airplane into it or something, or like suction cups.
Actually, as he said that, I was kind of rethinking my position.
That made sense.
Well, measuring it, but still, I don't know.
Because it is hard to tell if those are nuclear bombs or not, right?
Yeah.
You were around when Mike analyzed that footage, right? You saw his that he analyzed. It looks like somebody dropping a huge weight in a big sand pit.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
I don't remember.
Yeah, if you look at that,
I know Josh knows the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly. If you look at the footage on YouTube, it's the goofy, different color ones of all those operations, Plum Bob Greenhouse, all that shit, all the different videos they have up there for the whole program. Fishbowl,
yeah, but
right.
there was one specific one that looks specifically like someone dropped a huge weight down in a sand pit. The way it disperses, it's not like water splashing. It's like particles splashing.
Screenshot is the purple one because it shows it in slow motion.
He took all kind of color. He altered it and filtered it. Yeah, he did a lot to
he
it.
filtered it down, and it looks like if you just take footage and turn it upside down, so it's on top instead of on bottom.
Right, instead of on bottom, exactly.
Looks like somebody dropping a weight in a big pile of sand.
That's amazing. I do remember that now. I remember it. But Walt, just before I forget, I wanted to say that with your theory, remember the other night we were hypothesizing that you could have a dome here on this part of the world and this land, and that's why they don't want anything outside of the dome contaminated because they keep shit. So there could be one dome on us and then another dome on top of that, or another no dome. You know
possible.
What I mean?
That's their containment to keep our crap, all our GMO, all our fossil fuel crap, all of the GMO, all of it trapped here. Maybe so. I don't know. I hadn't been to the dome yet or to the firmament. We're working on it though. I'm building that super drone.
No, we're gonna do Picard's capsule, man. That's IRM all the way.
Back to the Project Dominic, the Project Fishbowl video had in it when the missile was going up and making all those tracks, it made like a happy, sad, comic tragedy symbol faces. You guys know what I'm talking about. There's a name for that symbol. There's two faces. One of it's like two masks. One of them's a frown. One of them's a smile.
Yeah, the theater name I forget. Shoot, I know what you mean though. Yeah,
it made those in the sky, but it was like real. It was like almost spiritual.
You mean like the face at 9/11, the demon face, and the clouds of 9/11? When you see it, it looks like the devil, or as people would
it was
think.
like that, but it was on the Project Fishbowl. You know how some of the bombs would just go off, but some of the missiles, it looked like they would like hit the dome and then like start tracking along it, and like lose control before they went off.
That is true though too. Mark said it makes a lot of sense about them dividing. And do you know what I liked about what Mark said was they took two things out of play at the same time: the upper limit and the outer, right?
Yeah.
That was very.
But the Van Allen belts really didn't sink in until like the 90s or something.
Take care, Adam. Love you, brother. You have a great sleep. Thank you.
No worries, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the sack. It's been a great show, but take care. I'll catch you all soon.
All right, Adam. Thanks for everything, brother. Love you.
Talk, Adam.
Bless. All right, mate.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to go back and see the ones. It's been too long. I've only rewatched like the classics, that everybody knows, the ones that you see in all the footage, the big glowing ball that looks like something they filmed underwater with the release of like milk and
right.
Couple that with all
like the sunrise
Hiroshima stuff too.
Right.
stuff coming out about Hiroshima being fake and a firebomb
To me,
instead
the
of
best thing is that
nuke.
picture of Einstein on his bicycle as he casually bicycles away from the mushroom cloud behind him in the distance. Like, oh, it's nothing here, you know. It's pretty. Some of it's just ridiculous when you look at it, you know.
And they're always cut and produced like the same way the other things are. They'll have the outdoor shot, and then they'll cut to the guys like turning the dial and shit with their finger on the mic. It's like a movie.
Putting the goggles on, ducking down in the trench.
Yeah. Fucking canaries in a cage and stuff.
And then the other guys that are peeking up over the trench, and you're wondering why did their head just get vaporized or whatever, you know? So yeah,
right. Like,
I guess those are the guys that are going to turn into the Incredible Hulk later.
Yeah, like, right. Let's take a nuclear bomb and set off where there's no people. How are we going to do it? Well, let's get a whole battalion of troops and make a big fucking circle around it and have everybody look in.
Right.
Don't set it off until everybody's in place.
Yeah.
Seems strange. It just seems doctored, the nuke stuff. But then again, those bombs are going up in the sky. It's hard to tell if they're nukes, though. It's hard to tell if they're nukes. And then Sargent kept sort of alluding to Einsteinian math, like it had some answers in it, like the zero field engine. That was the other thing.
That was cool, yeah.
Yep.
What was that engine we always talk
I'm
about?
trying to remember.
I don't remember either. Zero.
Unified field.
Zero point energy or
Unified field.
Yeah. But they were, what blew my mind was this gal was going over art that also is fully unexplainable. And at first you're like, oh, okay, like I'll see little artifacts or something, dude. But then, dude, there's stonework that's older than anything we have that looks literally real. Like eyeballs, like the eyeballs of the statue are like hollow from the inside real. Like the dress looks real.
Right. The lace work of the dress.
Are you sure there's no rebar in it? Have you seen that?
The
video
hair
circulating around?
I know they are.
So then there was this particular one that she started with. I didn't get what she was looking at first. It's a dude. It's totally pedophilia. It's a dude in a net, like a fishing net. He's a full-size man, fully wrapped up in a fishing net, and he's like got it kind of, he's draping it back from his face so he can look out. And there's a boy there with him. And the net is all stone. It's all stone, dude. And the net's carved like rope. It looks like rope from the inside all the way around his head and ears. Every single aspect of the thing that looks like it could be something is what it is. And it's made of marble, which it's too soft to even carve.
I think there's Medusa you're talking about. No, I'm just being stupid.
No, it has like a Medusa-like effect. Or it's like the myth where it just looked like something turned to stone. It's that much detail. It's so many examples of art, everything that we can't reproduce. And it seems like our society is just going downhill in terms of anything that we can make with our hands or tools, stone, you name it.
If they can just keep us at the level of sheep, cattle enough to make the products and keep the gold flowing to them, that's enough. They don't want an intelligent society. That's why we've been devoted to this point.
Right. I think that was key.
And then all of a sudden, here comes a bunch of us flat earthers trying to wake them up, showing them what's going on. And next thing you know, it's going to be time for a reset. And it'll be like, I don't know, just God coming along and stomping down the anthill, letting us start all over again? Or will it be the ice freeze coming through with the next ice age? What will it be?
There's a Latin phrase. Well, it's going to be fire. There's a Latin phrase called... I just stuck in my head for the longest time. Deus ex machina, or it might be Deus ex machina. I don't really speak Latin, but it means God from outside the machine. And like they say, that's the only thing that's going to end this thing, and that's exactly what it is going to be.
There was an old TV show that was remade recently. There was also a video game. After along the same line. Yeah. It was like Dos Ex Machina, I think is how it was pronounced. Something like that.
Deus Ex Machina.
I don't think it was that soft CH, though.
Mm.
But I guess it just depends on your emphasis of the syllables. Isn't that right, Negat Orcs?
Derive Utre, man.
Well, Negator X is in the chat, as always. Love to have him. I just think Negat Orcs is a better way to pronounce it. But whatever.
Hi, Josh.
What's up, Hack? How you doing, man? I've missed you. I was afraid the last time we talked was the last time I was ever going to talk to you again.
No. I'm listening. I got to keep track of how much progress you guys are making. I can take like 6-month breaks and come back and you guys are in the same place.
I'll tell you, man. For me,
Still can't
Lazarus was in the ground, man. This is like literally a great day. He was buried. He's gone, man.
What is dead cannot die again?
True.
For the wages of sin is death.
And it was Deus Ex Machina, by the way.
How does it say pronounce it?
Deus Ex Machina.
Deus Ex Machina.
Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah, that's right. That says Deus Ex Machina. That means God's got to come from outside the dome.
He's a machina.
But it means I like the thought of this as a machine. You know, like
yeah.
John's gyro. If you can make a mobile that has the sun and the moon in it and has some sort of like gear and turn and everything, this could be like a clock. You could literally just start the clock like the machine, and it's just gonna keep going.
Creation can also
this is a little bit technical, so I'm going to
translated
go through
to
it quickly.
Construct.
Yeah.
In the original Hebrew.
Well, there is a lot of transhumanism, roboticism, technology being pushed in our last act here, for sure. You see the transhumanism along with the other agenda happening all the time.
Yeah, to be frank, I think that the only
Hi, Frank.
example I can really hammer down is that like one of the something that's not human is going to want to live in a human body.
As a human, because they can't have what we have.
Right, but it's not that that's beyond them now. It's that it wouldn't be accepted even by atheists now, I don't think. I think that it would be just bad for the devil's plan if he showed up in a body and was like, ha! He would lose the game. So he's got to like prep the minds of the world, and I think a lot of that has to do with getting people associated being transhumanism, trans everything. Man isn't supposed to be nothing, and he could be anything and all this stuff. And let's make them robots and let's make them pigs because we have to like make room to worship something that's not human at the end of the day.
But we do a lot of worshiping of things that aren't human every day. I say we as a collective. I mean,
we do. I just don't know that we're being geared ourselves to be made into half robots. You know what I mean?
Oh, by far, absolutely. It's it's coming down the pike.
Like either we're being guided towards jacking in and like just walking around being half robots.
I think it's more the jacking in and getting us ready to plug in and stay plugged in and download to the machine where you can be Superman or you can be whatever,
Or they just want the concept barrier to be removed that thing is as much human as you are. They just want people to anthropomorphize whatever the hell might jump into a body or might be made by DNA.
Do you know how they could get every single person in the world to join that system free of choice? If they removed any of the pressures of having to work. If there was no money, everybody was equal and everybody had everything they needed, why wouldn't you plug in and live your life happily plugged in?
Well, yeah, or especially if
Well,
you had
if
like
you're awake-
walls and weather machines that could keep away the heat and the fucking wild animals and everything else. You have people running to your walls. Give me the mark. You can't survive in the wilderness. Yeah, I think they just want acceptance, largely. I don't know that they're gonna. You guys really think they're gonna have? They're waiting for a generation of, like 10-year-olds, like whoever's 10 years old right now. By the time they're 22, they're gonna be like have a computer chip in their brain.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, pretty soon the world we know it's going to be half real, like nature, natural, like we see now. Other half is going to be projections and holograms and computer images all over the world. It's going to be both mixed together.
You mean like Minority Report, or what was that movie where he goes walking down and he's reading his eyes and tailoring it?
It's called like Pokemon was the first to use that kind of technology.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
But pretty soon you're not going to need VR glasses, is what I'm saying. They're already working on outer real projections that will show up in the real world, even though it's a simulation. Oh, like the elephant or the whale. Like the whale that jumps in the gym auditorium, and they're all like, oh my goodness. Blue beam.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of facets to it, dude. Because you combine that with the aliens and whatever the heck else, and you pretty much right away can't tell what's going to come next. They're planning for something. Unless we know the parameters of the world a little better, we really can't. We don't know what their next move is going to be. I think they're waiting on the other side.
For the authority to go, or from the word to go from the authorities.
Right, like the
so someone interestingly enough just asked in the chat, Shanna Honia, what is our take on cell towers being giant microwaves? And I think that all ties into the whole electronic grid, trying to mess with our vibration, trying to mess with our frequency, trying to keep us disconnected from that connection to whatever you want to call it, your word for it, creator, God, whatever. They're constantly inflicting new crap on us to mess with our frequency. I mean, the first was the smart meters attached to our houses for our electricity. Just weeks ago, I went outside because my water wasn't working to find them installing an electronic water meter under the ground, which he tells me is going to communicate with a satellite in the stratosphere to talk to him and let him know what my water's doing without having to come to my house anymore through this metal plate they're about to put back over. And I'm just laughing. We immediately started. I know, but anyway, it worries me about like why have that? What is that doing?
Look on my face. You're gonna do what?
Exactly. I did. I said no, it's not. I said
it's wireless.
It's not going to do that, guy. I said no. It can talk. It can talk to the ground. I'm like, I know it's not that. There's no satellites, and so we started that conversation. But yeah, so I mean, they're constantly adding new electromagnetic interference around us, and these cell towers. That's part of it. Dude. Half of what you see that it's a cell tower is not just doing cell tower work.
Microwaves,
it's doing all kind of work.
Microwaves scare the you know what out of me, because if they put enough microwave towers in enough areas, they can liquefy an entire city.
Yes, sir.
By the right turning a microwave. They tell you want a big killer? Forget nukes. They'll vaporize you with the microwave in like 30 seconds.
Everyone should go look up Organite energy and Organite bombing. Go check that out and see what you can. There's ways to stop it. Let's just say that. Very peaceful.
Well, yeah, it sounds exactly like way. She said that Moscow was hit by an orb that flew down. It lit everything up like daylight, like maybe a full moon, but like kind of at its height of the buildings, and sank down and lit up. And then people started waking up, and then all of a sudden all the buildings fell over, and then it flew away, and that was the end of the war, or what the hell was going on there?
Right.
That
That's how
reminds
the
me
back-
of something fascinating that Mark Sargent brought up today on the show when he was talking about that battle in Germany at the Nuremberg battle, where there was two people fighting, and then all of a sudden,
I was trying to catch him so I could Google that. What was the specifics? There was a wood carving.
So yeah, there's.
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite ancient UFO pictures. It shows all these shapes in the sky overhead. There's orbs, there's cylinders, there's almost like spearhead shaped things. It's a classic in the UFO.
Are we on the internet?
I
Is there
think
any
he
way-
actually uses it. I can probably find it and screen share it. Give me a second. I think he's actually using it right now for his it might be on his Google Plus profile page.
Just search
Mark shoots on it.
Nuremberg alien picture.
You got it? Now let's see about this whole screen sharing phenomena. Give me a second. Let's see. Man, you would think I would have this stuff figured out by now. Okay, back to my little call. Oh, goodness. There it is.
I almost don't want you to see this picture, Walt, because, well, no, you've already seen it.
Oh,
But
I know
it
this
just,
picture well. I'm trying to screen share it right now.
It's going to lead credibility to your new obsession.
It's not a new obsession, brother. I've been trying to work this out since all this came into play. How do I screen share from this thing?
You're
Does
a
it change?
I
If
don't
you go
know.
on the left, it says there's a green screen with a white arrow pointed to the right.
I'm on the call screen. That's why. Okay.
It says screen share. It's under chat and showcase. I don't know what showcase is either.
Well, most playbills were just posted outside the theater, but for the shows that were running for that week, there was an actual case outside hanging on the wall with a door. So that particular playbill would always be prominently featured without getting rained or torn down by rival theater companies and things like that. So whichever show was playing had a specific case. That was the showcase.
Okay. Are you guys seeing my screen?
That's unbelievable because I just made all that shit up. Pulled
Thank
it
you,
right out of my ass.
That is amazing.
Are you seeing my screen yet?
Yes.
Okay. Do I need to make it bigger?
Could be a good idea.
Only that
A
easy.
picture. I can do it. Well, maybe not. I thought it would be simple.
You can do it.
I know, right?
I'm sorry. Google AI has decided to.
Well, that's as big as it will actually make the picture, so but you get the idea. That is the
And
battle that took place over Nuremberg. Infamously.
Hey, good job.
Hey, I'm trying. One day I'll get this
Good
whole
job.
computer thingy figured out.
I can already see all the Roman crosses in there.
Oh, isn't that interesting?
Rosicrucian.
Something like a scroll maybe in the sky here. I don't know.
There's everything. Very Google
Check me
color.
out.
Google.
I could do it. That's what I'm here for.
There you go. Are you doing it? Can I quit?
It's done. It's big.
I'm stopping sharing.
Oh, well, now it's small.
Oh, why'd you stop?
I mean,
Me?
I had yours big.
Yeah.
Oh,
yours-
I thought you had. See, we're
I just made
also
yours.
technically just lost.
That,
To
we're
make it
retarded.
big, I made it big. But it's whatever.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna share it again just so I can do it and show them that we can make this work. Okay, go.
Techno wizard.
Done. See? Ta-da. Oh, but
Boom. No, I don't see it. I'm looking at 3 screens here.
there's your desktop. That's cool.
Oh well, hey, you know.
That's as big as that thing gets on your screen.
Yeah.
I mean, I can
Maybe not.
probably
if I
make
get
it.
a different.
It's like a telescope or a stoplight.
Open and
Tip of a spear.
Nope, it just keeps going to that. Oh, here we go. A better picture. The actual original.
That's the one I was looking for.
That's the one I was actually trying to find, but that's
Okay.
the woodcut.
Okay.
So what are those two arch things behind the sun? That's quite interesting.
That really is.
Is the sun part of this battle?
The legend actually has it that they brought a sun-like thing with them.
Oh.
Yes, that's what I found interesting.
Can you give me some orientate me to this a little bit? It's a piece of
Man.
artwork, right? Like this is kind of
It's
allegorical or something.
Supposedly, no, it happened over Nuremberg. This happened. This was people came
How is
out
it depicting
and
to me what happened? I can't understand it.
this is what they saw in the sky overhead, a battle, if you will, between factions. The tube guys with the balls inside came and were fighting against the other tube guys that looked like they're broken off. That was the first fight.
They look like
Then the
Jack.
little Orby guys
Came in
and
to
the little
say,
orb guys with
you
the
guys
little
shouldn't be
crosses.
fighting.
Be good, right? No, it was a lot of stuff going on. I mean, that was like 3 different battles in the sky, if I remember right. And then that big long black spear thing, I think, was like the kind of like it showed up and was like, hey, hey, hey.
Everybody hide. Get out of here.
Everything ran when that thing showed up.
So there was like a huge, more than 3 parties.
Oh yeah, this was witnessed by not millions, but all the people in that town in Nuremberg at the time. It was drawn by people at the time to sit out there and draw it in a wood cutting. Yeah, and this is what they saw in the sky above them happening.
Took place over the span of an hour.
And that black thing was the shape of the thing that showed up.
Yeah,
They say it's the Black Knight satellite.
That's it. The Black Knight satellite, if you want to believe it.
Or the tip of the spear.
The Death Star.
Yeah.
Or the Star Destroyer or whatever. So yeah, they've been setting this crap up for quite a while.
The Prince of the Powers of the Air.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Wickedness done in high place.
I'm gonna stop sharing because I'm gonna wind up doing one of those portal things that takes us down into infinity. I don't want to do that in my room here.
Dude, let's do a YouTube vortex. Ready to go.
I know that's what I'm trying not to do. I'm trying. Every time we do that, we get a new spelling on something or a movie scene changes. We can't be doing that anymore. Another actor that died is alive. Speaking of actors,
I
do
know
you guys
who's
know
going.
who? No. This is completely unrelated to dying. Do you guys know who? Where did I put the record? I'm sure we have some Tarantino fans here.
I know all his films, and I know them.
Do you know them?
Yeah.
You know who Michael Parks is, I'm sure.
Yes.
Of course, I'm a 70s movies fan, so I knew Michael Parks was when he showed up in those movies. So I'm looking through an old record bin in the. Let me see if I can show this to you. It's pretty crazy.
Wasn't he more of a? He was more of a singer, though, man, not an actor. I thought.
Well, you're about to see. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you see me? Oh no, that's not me. Hold on.
Not yet.
I'm working on it again. Technical stuff. I can just turn my camera on. Okay, so there's the album. Michael Parks. Can you see it? I'm trying to get the glare off of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's old, and it's during some time where he was doing some show on TV. And there's, artwork, and he's singing all these country songs. But on the back, his motorcycle, do I need to say anything else?
Wait, it's not clear. Zoom in.
Can you push it forward? Push it forward.
Look on his motorcycle, on the gas
Push it
tank.
higher. Oh, there it is.
And this is for like 70. I can't remember. I looked at the date. 70.
I mean, it used to be so blatant, man.
I know, it's
My
right.
goodness.
It's like
I'm trying to get the glare away. Too great. When
It's
I
a
turned it
joke,
over,
it's
it
on
was
us.
just like, are you serious? This was that old, and there it is.
He's
it's
a
everybody
musician,
but
though.
us.
It's a big club.
If
You're
you're
not
not in on it.
And you're not in on it.
Every time I hear that Carlin thing, it's more and more easy to listen to.
I love Carlin from way back.
Dude, you know how many gems like that? How many records do you have? You should go through the rest of them for shits and giggles.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to and see what I can find just hidden in plain sight. That's always the best way to do it.
Like, just look at all the NASA shit we're finding out just by looking at old footage.
I've been listening to, I do lyrics. I'll get, I don't know, a song in my head or a lyric, and I'll just go read the whole lyrics of the song and like listen to it. I've been doing that a lot.
You need to come on the show a little bit more and maybe make some appearances and talk some of the expertise that you used to do.
Oh yeah, I have noticed you guys lack a biblical perspective.
There's a biblical perspective, but we need some more of it. And we need some more of that nutritional stuff that is very beneficial.
Big time. We had someone talking about distilled water just a few weeks back, and I thought about old Hack. Have you met Justin that has been on our show a few times?
I don't know.
He knows his stuff. He's in We Are Change Orlando. They
I was a little too much.
He recently went before the council there in town and talked about fluoridation in the water, and he's quite active, and he's very health conscious. He talked about distilled water for a little while.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been drinking tap water for something like 60 days now.
And how's that going?
I feel horrible. Can't even tell you. I don't feel all that bad. I think that I probably could have a few more months of it. But I have noticed that the air bothers me now a little bit. Air doesn't bother me, but now it does. And they are spraying now so low. So low. I have pictures. It's like eye level. The other day, the sun comes out and it's like 10 times too hot, and then the planes come out, and then the clouds follow like 3 days later, and it's unusually cold. And I remember all my plants, all the trees around my house and everything were all green and happy. They were dry, but whatever. And then all of a sudden, this really weird rain comes down. And rain in California is always the same. And this was not rain that was usual. It was just like a mist. And I walked outside in the rain. Normally, when you walk outside and it's like a nice kind of springtime mist, it feels very fresh. I started sneezing. I was immediately irritated and like clogged up. I was like, what in the hell is this, man? And it took about a day and a half or 2 days for that to blow over. And I'm telling you, all the trees, they look like they got hit with acid. They're brown. They're curled up.
That's funny.
It's the opposite, which should be. You get a nice spring rain, and then it blows off, and then the sun hits it, and they bloom up again. That's what happens. This is like the opposite. So I don't know what they're doing with their program is so ramped up. It's unbelievable. Oh, and I saw an invisible plane blowing smoke. I got pictures of it.
Oh, I've seen those a few times in my binoculars, but I haven't gotten the video because it's too quick. It's going too fast.
It's going too fast.
Please send that to us.
Hauling ass. And I got a bunch of pictures of it, and there's part you can't see it. You're just looking at it's only a still photograph, and you're looking at an invisible plane. All you see is 2 lines of smoke. I could be lying to you. It's unbelievable. It's invisible. It's absolutely invisible. Can't believe I caught it. And then I saw a helicopter. I got outside because I heard a helicopter, which is unusual. Like a nice fat chop military kind of helicopter, real sharp, like 4-blade rotor, probably 6. And it was too close. It was way too low. And so I stepped outside, and it was going too low and too slow, and it had a light down, but it wasn't following the road. It was just like going right towards my house from like, a quarter mile away or something. So I stood there and watched this thing fly over my head and shine a light right in my face. and could just go past me and keep going on up away. And I look to the side, and it's guiding a 100% perfectly silent. It's like a drone the size of a 747 that was not very high off the ground and had weird lights on it, and it was flying perfectly still and silent. And it guided out about 2 miles and then left it, and the things just started doing loops over our head.
That's insane.
I know, dude.
Well, I just the engineering they're doing now has just gotten out of control. I mean, we were just hit 2 days ago with a hailstorm that was like nothing I've ever experienced in my life, and I've been through some serious weather. It just came out of nowhere. 80-degree weather, no signs of anything horrible except that we knew some rain was coming. It had been windy for days for no reason. And suddenly, yeah, it felt life-threatening. My roof was leaking. I thought my computer got damaged. It did get wet, but it survived. So, yeah, it was horrible. I've got some video I'm trying to send through here so you can check it out. I'll put it in the chat room there.
Tell me you guys got hit with a hailstorm that was so brutal that it created a leak in your roof that previously was not there?
It created 3 leaks in my roof that was previously not here. One on my porch, one in the room my computer is in, and one in my kitchen. Yes, sir. People in town lost windows. All cars that were not under carports now look like golf balls. People are upset because this was not expected.
Are we talking windshields?
Oh, yeah, windshields, windows. It was bad. Yeah. Yeah, it was bad. Out of nowhere. Completely unexpected. In May.
You think it was engineered or like a result?
Here's the thing.
Natural result? Or did it
6
feel
or 8
natural?
months ago, not at all. 6 or 8 months ago, I started noticing something I thought off the coast. I would see clouds start building up before my eyes. Now, I've watched cloud build up. I know how it happens. This looked like somebody dropped dry ice in the ocean, and it was forming a huge column of clouds boiling in front of my eyes, not time-lapsed. I'm seeing it happen, and that's not usual. And I watched that for about 6 or 8 days, and I kept wondering what the heck this is. Well, recently someone on YouTube put up some videos of 2 things. One is this portable cloud machine some guys in military-looking uniforms turn on and literally produce clouds out of the back of a machine. It's the most incredible, horrendous thing I've ever seen.
Oh, you
And then
mean
it
like
goes
sky,
to this,
black and white?
huh?
The black and whites in the sky?
No, this thing is sitting on the ground, and it's like on the back of a truck, and they turn it on, and it starts producing clouds like you've never seen in your life. And they're just walking around videoing it, and I'll send you the link. But then they go to this BBC report where apparently in Mississippi, which is actually, I figured out the direction this is happening in, not off the coast, but to the east of me. There is a place where they cleared out an area with first they used sound to clear out this 250-mile area of animals so they could run this thing. When they turn it on, it produces clouds like you've never seen. They boil up into the sky, just like what I was seeing happen in the distance. And while this reporter is on the air, it starts raining. And there was no rain in the area before. So they're literally making rain happen down here around me. And then suddenly I get these crazy hailstorms that are destroying buildings in our area. Yeah, pretty crazy stuff.
Every bit of weather that we get that isn't just blazing hot sun feels wrong. It doesn't even feel right anymore. And they're spraying way more than. It's like, I don't even know how to describe. It's unbelievable. They're spraying different sorts of shit. It's coming out like different. It's not even like clouds. It's just low haze. And then they'll let it blow off maybe like once every 10 days. And then they come right back. And on the days that they take off, the skies will be crystal blue, like I remember as a kid. And they will run fakes. They'll run planes that have their jet trail disappear right behind them. And they'll crisscross and do all such bullshit on a clear day, on a day they don't blow. And then the next day come back to planes where it sticks.
Mm-hmm. I think the video may have popped in. I'm not sure, Josh. If you play it, we're going to destroy everything. I kind of Maybe
No, I
not.
think we'll be good. Give me half a second. I think we should be good.
And it's long. You don't have to play the whole thing. Just a few seconds of showing how bad it was.
But they had this artist gal was talking about. They tried to recreate. Oh, movie started.
I just got to get it full screen if I can. I don't know that I can on.
I don't know either on this thing. I just sent the quick version of it.
There's a big.
I could send you a shorter one. I just thought, don't worry about that one. Let me send you a short one. It'd be a lot easier. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, Hacksaw.
There's a big giant arch. She started talking about the archways because these apparently are always related to the hidden artwork and Masonic. They're actually like stone techniques and it's techniques to do stuff. Like artists are always looking for ways to take a thing and do something with it to make it look away, and you got to change it around. And so they were trying to recreate this arch, and they had on top of it one of the old people's built by them cast iron sculptures. It was like 4 horses. It was huge. On top of this arch, it was huge. They were going to remake it, and so resize it and take some things off and just like modern redo something. And when they got the arch built and they got the thing cast iron, the arch that they mocked up couldn't hold the cast iron that they mocked up not because the arch couldn't hold it or they couldn't recreate the arch, but because the cast iron they could not recreate the thinness. They couldn't get the cast. They couldn't get the steel. They couldn't do any aspect of this cast iron. And when they did, it was so heavy that it destroyed the arch. So they failed. The whole project failed, millions of dollars because they couldn't do it. They never explained to anybody what the real problem was, or if they, tested the metal or learned something or got better. They just ditched it and walked away. And apparently this kind of thing goes on all the time in the art world, and that's what drove her to start. Yeah.
And that's New Earth, you said?
Yeah, her name's New Earth. She's got a lot of out there stuff. She's got a very, very strong Russian accent. And she's in Russia. You can tell because she hops on Google Maps and screen shares, and it's all Russian name.
Well, that would explain the accent.
And she only talks about Russia. She's just kind of actually like going, I see this now all over the world, and this is not just Russia. And she's got some threads, dude. She's longer, bigger threads than I've ever seen about these civilizations and doing geological, archaeological reviews and piecing together a real timeline. It's unbelievable.
Well, actually, I can't send the other version, Josh. Just play like the first few minutes of that one, like the first 30 seconds ought to get the point across. It's a 4-minute video. Oh, no, it's only 2 minutes. I thought it was a 4-minute video. Sorry.
We're at 2 minutes in.
This is a hailstorm video?
Oh, well, I didn't know. Yeah, that is it. Yeah, it was bad. I guess we missed it.
Only if you weren't.
Sorry, I didn't know you were playing it. I wasn't. I was trying to send you the shorter version.
No, I had it playing.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, it was hellacious. Hellacious. That's all good. Somebody saw it. Our neighbors behind me were getting their shed got destroyed. It was standing in like a foot of water. Luckily, their cars were under a carport. Michelle, our car was at a place of business outside. It got wrecked.
Yeah, that looks crazy.
And afterward, like the streets and everywhere you would drive, it looked like drifts of snow, except it was green leaves that had been knocked out of the trees.
Nutty.
But every direction I looked around my house, you could see like just white everywhere and green falling.
I mean, whether that's man-made or not, dude, it's like alarming.
Well, I tried to grab a piece, but it was too hard. It hit me, hit my hand, and I was like, "Oh no, no, no! I'm not going out in this crap." It was hitting. It was hard. It was hitting hard. It knocked holes in my roof and our neighbors. Most people in Franklin have blue tarps over their houses right now. Looks like a hurricane went through.
So 6 months ago here in Missouri, you could pay probably $12 to $15 for a case of iceberg lettuce through a wholesaler in a commercial restaurant would pay like $12, $15 for a case of iceberg. This week, they're going for about $80 a case.
Okay.
And they say it's due to all of the rain in California.
Wow.
I mean, that's a hell of a jump.
We are living in a manufactured reality.
That's madness.
I can tell you it's not because all the rain.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I think it odd.
By the way, we make rain bad for crops.
I have never heard one person ever
When it's
question
ice, that's the only time I can think of.
because of all the rain we've gotten. Right. We can't grow vegetables because after this long drought we've had, we've gotten a bunch of rain, so the vegetables can't grow. But did the rain even come? Because I've still not heard that. I've still heard that it's all drought and they're still having issues with drought and water collection and all the rest. I didn't realize that now they were in a monsoon season.
This is, it's fearsome because this is the beginning of the how they isolate everybody.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's the beginning.
Like I'm telling you that we out here, I can't tell you what's going on in California. It's like how Facebook goes or something, like where there's news out there. It's just not everybody's getting it, like they just go home and watch Netflix or whatever. I don't understand. There's so many different, there was a big story about a dam that was failing. Did you guys hear about that?
Nope.
See?
Yeah, I heard about it. Which one? You talking about the one in California?
Yeah, it's the biggest dam in America.
Oh yeah, I heard all about it. I know people who live like right down from it.
Yeah, you remember Obama was running on infrastructure? Well, for 8 years he didn't. No one even walked over this dam to inspect it, and it imploded. It's the biggest dam in America, and it holds back the whole valley. Apparently, the valley of California should just be a big like marshy swamp for life, and we dammed it and grow all our vegetables there. So it's conceivably, yeah. This is what I was saying. When that was going on, it was a huge story because it could have flooded hundreds of thousands, if not a couple million of people. In the Sacramento Valley, everybody. It would have been gigantic. But the whole time that was going on, dude, after a couple of weeks, I started poking around because I wanted to hear what happened. And it was like the whole time news cycle moved on. And apparently the whole time, 2 other dams in California were breaking. And then we had a girl there was a story. They started flashing all these stories. I think they drummed up the rain because they had this fake story with 2 girls that got caught in a car in a river and one of them survived. And there's a lot of drumming it up, but there's also hiding of what was really happening, like the infrastructure failing and shit, or it was all fake. I don't know. So I think that none of us are going to be knowing what's happening around the country as our infrastructure deteriorates. It's kind of scary.
Well, here in my state, everybody's worried about bridges collapsing. That's a big infrastructure issue everybody's concerned about.
I think we've been compartmentalized geographically for a long time.
Yeah, and if all of our infrastructure works were designed to fail the same day, all of our bridges, all of our dams, if everything goes, man, it's just they're going to have no choice but martial law. And maybe that's why Jade Helm covered this whole Southwest region, was because it's all dammed up and based upon all that stuff. And they could just, basically throw it into chaos by undoing some dams and a couple power grids,
Right. And maybe that's why the Gotham Shield in New York is covering the EMP attack, because that's what would damage it the most,
Right. And so then we have fractured geographies, fractured news, fractured disasters, and they're just sort of making sure people are kind of on that realm right now by controlling the news and seeing how it sticks and who's covering it and who's catching up. It sounds real bad.
Well, I think that's the great juxtaposition with the scripted news, where every single newsroom around the country's reading some of the exact same headlines the exact same way. Word for word, verbatim, it's the exact same one, but they're also compartmentalizing geographically like this. So you're not getting any real news from anywhere else, or worse, getting false news from other places. So you have no clue what's really happening.
I was thinking about this with the Moscow incident, where if you can throw a net over